You are watching the Vodka stream.
There we go. I mean, I did that with the DC Fanimated. What the hell? I'm gonna start blaming StreamYard for that. What the hell? I could have swore I was like, I clicked that. They changed something again. I don't know. It's probably is easier. What is happening? My friends, film friends, what is going on? It is the Vodka stream way through another week. Hopefully you guys are doing good. All right. Plenty to discuss tonight. Hopefully you guys will sit back, pour yourself a little drink. Doesn't have to be alcoholic. Drink. And let's have some fun with some conversations and whatnot. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's turn on some of that mood music right there. All right. Like it. There we go. Yes, I do have the Giants and A's game that's happening. It's on right now. I won't get too distracted. Don't worry. Mainly because the Giants just, who knows? Hopefully they'll win tonight. Anyways, cheers, guys. Let's have some fun. All right. Good times. Good times. All right. How we doing tonight? Okay. We got Monique right here. Let's see. What are you going to make us hungry, of course? As you do. Howdy, y'all. Hope you all had a fantastic week. It's tater tot breakfast casserole in my house. Oh, that sounds awesome. Give me some of your tots. Made with ground beef and pancetta. That's right. See, always making us hungry right there. Oh, love it. You love it. You love it. You love it. What's going on, Ghoul? Hey, Dave. Pistons stay alive and Tigers won. There you go. That's cool, man. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really paying attention to the basketball playoffs because I'm not really a big basketball guy. I mean, I'll watch because they're exciting games, but not even sure what's happening when it comes to it. But glad that your Pistons are still in it. What's going on, Saladia? This week I saw MK2. I felt the movie was good and didn't disappoint me. That's good. Always good when a movie doesn't disappoint, right? Always good. Raw Frequency, yo. Hope all is well to you as well. And thank you. Yes, I figured the Punisher shirt was fitting for tonight. So, now we're going to be talking about, with the panel, we'll be talking about Punisher One Last Kill. What's going on, Kev? Good evening. Hope you all have a fantastic Friday. Yeah, I can't complain. Cannot complain. Saw In the Gray last night. Fun popcorn flick. Yeah, Scott said that too. Mr. Scott McClellan, he said it was a fun popcorn flick. Sadly, I didn't see a new movie, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. I do plan on going to the movies tomorrow because, I do plan on going to the movies. But I'll tell you why I didn't get to see a movie in a bit here. So let me just get through some of these opening chats. What's going on, Sly Dude? Like your profile picture, Mr. Nightwing. What'd you think of the Punisher special? I liked it. I dug it. I posted a little brief reaction to it on Tuesday. I liked it. I wanted more. I felt it was too short, definitely. But when it got all crazy, I was like, there we go. For sure. What's going on, Devin? Hey, Dave, did you hear the actor from Mortal Kombat 2? He said he wanted to play Bane. Yeah, the guy who played Shao Kahn. Can't remember his name right now, but the guy who played Shao Kahn was like, yeah, he'd gladly play Bane. I mean, he's a big dude. He's a big dude. So, hey, I would be okay with it. What's going on versus C? Green. Yeah, we'll talk some Lanterns. We'll definitely be talking some Lanterns tonight because Chris Mundy had a little interview and he talked about plot points, the way that the Lanterns is going to be structured. So I thought, pretty cool. What's going on, Ryan? I just got a DC compact comic, The New Frontier. Yes. Good. Because apparently that's a lot of James Gunn stuff, and everything has been wanting to derive from some of that stuff right there. So what's going on, Mr. Axel? I watched Mortal Kombat 2 last night. I had fun with it, but oh my God, Carl Urban cannot do it. Yeah. There's sometimes where you could hear it slip. He does it okay. It's okay. It wasn't like terrible, but it would slip every now and again. You could hear it slip. Salute, Mr. Trevino. What's happening? Barely leaving work for the day, and we got hit with mandatory overtime. We gotta love that. Oh, they're like, hey, especially if it's on a Friday, and then they're like, I mean, that's office space shit right there. That's office space. They're gonna tell you on Friday that you have to work overtime. That sucks, man. So I'm gonna have to save tonight's show for listening during work tomorrow. So you guys, oh well, anything to help you, man. Anything to help you, Mr. Trevino. I'm sorry that you had that mandatory overtime. I always felt like that term was an oxymoron. Watching the Batman first. Well, good. Maybe you could have a new appreciation for it. Let's see. Good evening, Mr. Bauga. Let's see if it's Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. The Bernthal yell. So with the Batman 2 Part 2 initial cast, it is still canceled. Yeah, I know. It's still being canceled. Don't worry. James Gunn he's gonna put the kibosh on it right as they're gonna start production. So Obsession, yeah. Apparently it's everybody's loving the Obsession. I haven't seen a negative review, to be honest. I have not seen a negative review. And I'll talk about it in a little bit here. Let's see what else we got. Punisher, yeah. The only thing there's good things about that. Thomas Jane's good, and some of the action, and the action is mainly good, but that's basically it. There's a lot of bad also with that Punisher movie. Like, why is it in Tampa? John Travolta, not, he's a pretty good bad guy. Martin Ford. Who's Martin Ford? Let's see. I enjoyed it. Wish just had a tad bit longer. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. What's going on, Sinfinity? It's been a bit since I've seen you out there in the chat, so always great to see you. Batman on an OLED is so good. Oh, yeah. Not the Batman Part 2 getting canceled. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta love that. Anyways, all right, guys. Well, so hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already. Like I said, I'll ask some questions, but when the panel's on, obviously super chats will be welcomed. And if you have a question that you want the panel to, obviously every super chat will get answered, because always much appreciated when it comes to that. Oh, that's who that is. Okay, that's who Shao Kahn. Okay, I couldn't remember his name. But, he's a big dude, so why not? But anyways, I didn't see a movie last night. Sadly, I didn't see a movie last night. I was hoping to see a movie, but I went to this seminar thing that my dad put me on to. Pop's Film Junkie put me on to. And it has to do with, like, retirement stuff and everything. And obviously, I'm not close to retiring. But it was, like, something where he was, like, explaining it to me. Sounded interesting. And I was like, all right, it's at this restaurant that is close to the movie theater that I meet him at all the time. So I thought maybe, okay, how long is it going to be? And I asked him, I was like, how long is the seminar? And he goes, about an hour, and then you have and then you get a free meal. And I'm like, all right, about an hour, the thing started at 6, of course, right? 6 o'clock. And I was like, damn it, why does it have to be like right in the middle, like right there, in that sweet spot in the middle of the evening? But I was like, there's a 7:30 show of Obsession. I can try to make that, or it was like 7:25 or something. And I was like, okay, maybe I can make that. If it's about an hour, the whole thing. And I was thinking, the whole thing's about an hour. So it's like, but maybe like a 30-minute presentation, and then you eat. Or maybe it's like a 45 and then you eat or something like that, and then I could book it out of there. So it was like one of those kind of things where it was like, all right, he recommended it. And I'm like, yeah, even though I'm not close to retirement, I'm kind of curious of what this whole thing is. And I'm not going to go into details of what it was or anything like that. Don't worry. It wasn't like some Ponzi scheme or something like that. At least I don't think. So what happens? The presentation was an hour and fucking 45 minutes. Yeah, I shouldn't have went. I blame myself. Don't blame my dad. Don't worry. I'm not blaming my dad. But I shouldn't have went to this seminar thing. It went on for first off, it started late. It was supposed to start at 6. It started at 6:15, and then it went on for an hour and 45 minutes. I didn't eat dinner. They didn't serve dinner until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I was like, it was pretty frustrating. Not to mention, I was like the youngest one there by like 15 years. Because again, it's all about like retirement and stuff like that. And I'm like, I mean, I got to a point, I'm like, why am I here? I could have just got it explained. It's not like it's a good thing. And I'm glad my dad is getting involved, because he wants to make sure that, my dad's done very well in his life. And he wants to make sure that his loved ones, like his money is like gonna be okay. And I'm just saying, it's just, yeah. So it sounds like good, and like the guy who was hosting it, he was a very nice dude, and I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying that I shouldn't have went. That's all. It was a waste of time for me because I could have just got the Cliff Notes, or I could have just made an appointment, and then and I was like, God damn it, because I thought it was supposed to be this amount of time, and I couldn't make a showing. So I didn't get out of there till almost 9 o'clock, and I just came home. So that's why I didn't see a movie, but I really want to see Obsession because it seems like everybody's just raving about it. It looks good. And the guy, Curry Barker, I've watched his short videos on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Him and his buddy, they would do these videos. I had no idea it was the same guy. And I know he's going to be tackling the next iteration of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I've watched their shorts and they're fucking hilarious. He's hilarious. This is what I love. I love it that these directors that are funny and are just coming out of nowhere, like your Osgood Perkins and your Zach Kragers. Now we got Curry Barker, who's also doing this. So I'm like, okay, I need to see this movie because everybody's raving. So I'm going to go see Obsession tomorrow. Granted, I don't have the worst hangover in the world after this stream, and I don't think I will. I'm not going to go too hard tonight. I'm going to try not to go too hard, but I'm going to go see the first showing, which is like 1 o'clock. I'm going to go grab myself a breakfast burrito, and I'm going to go see Obsession tomorrow. So that's my little spiel when it comes to that. But yeah. So anyways, that's why I didn't see a movie, because I decided to go to this seminar thing to get a free meal, which wasn't all that worth it. The meal was fine. It was at an Italian restaurant. It was fine, but it wasn't like, oh my God. I will say the cheesy garlic bread that they had, I think it was cheesy garlic bread. Yeah, I think it was. No, it was. It was good. At least that was. Hey, I love me a place that has some good freaking cheesy garlic bread. Anyways, all right. So that's enough of that. So I didn't get to see a movie, but look forward to. I don't know. I was wondering if he was related to Clive Barker too, but Barker is a common name. I mean, we got Phil. His last name's Barker. Maybe he's related to Phil. No, but yeah. So it's like it's a pretty common name, and I haven't seen anything posted that he actually is related at all to Clive Barker, but I forgot what the channel is called. Scott and I actually talked about it on the DC Fanimated stream. They had like a channel where it's just they make funny videos. They made funny videos, and I was like, oh my God, it's these guys that made this movie. So I definitely want to support it because I love that shit. I love that is happening. So, and I did want to see In the Gray too, but In the Gray is probably going to be one of those I'm not going to go see in the movie theater. And I've heard two reactions to In the Gray, and they were almost exactly the same, which was popcorn flick. I mean, we heard it right. Somebody even said popcorn flick in here, and Scott even said the same thing. But I'll probably not see In the Gray. I know how, God forbid. I mean, hopefully like the diehard Snyder fans are going out to support Henry Cavill, because come on, you guys talk about him every day, so you got to support him in his new movie. I love me some Guy Ritchie, I love me some Henry Cavill, I love me some Jake Gyllenhaal, but I think, I'm not going to be, unless I want to take Mama Film Junkie. Maybe I'll take Mom Film Junkie on Sunday or something, because she's a big Henry Cavill fan. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe I'll hit her. Maybe I'll have a double. And also the Top Gun re-releasing is coming out, but sadly the IMAX that I have it in, it's all in the evening, and I'm like, because I might have a Saturday I think I'm going to have a Saturday version of the Vodka stream tomorrow, where I invite people who support the channel, like members and patrons. If you guys want to join, we might have a little stream tomorrow. So keep you posted on that. Keep you posted on that. All right. So let's talk about Christopher Nolan. Oh boy. Man, I tell you what, Christopher Nolan, oh my God, Christopher Nolan, he's going through it right now. There's a discourse out there. There's backlash. There's all kinds of things. What has happened with Christopher Nolan? I mean, I can't believe Christopher Nolan is being, stuff's being talked about when it comes to his movies, and they're saying this and they're saying that. Oh, wait, that has happened before. It just happened from a different side. Remember this? When you watch Dunkirk, remember that it's a whitewashed version which ignores the bravery of Black and Muslim soldiers. Yeah, he got backlash for Dunkirk. Dunkirk. He's gotten backlash for a lot of things. There's even been times where Christopher Nolan's been like, they've said that, oh yeah, he never will have a black lead. And then all of a sudden, hey, guess what? Tenet happened. He had a black lead. And he's been on the opposite side of this. Now it's on this side. And I mean, it's pretty interesting to see what's happening when it comes to the Odyssey and Christopher Nolan. I mean, we've already kind of talked about it because we already got rumor that Lupita Nyong'o is going to be Helena Troy in the Odyssey before. And when that rumor came out, everybody was passing around an image of her that was from 12 Years of Slave, right? They were like passing around that image of her, which she doesn't look good in that movie because she's not supposed to look good. And a lot of people were passing around that. And a lot of people thought that that was an image from the Odyssey, which was like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing here, folks? What are we doing here? So a lot of people are losing their mind, including Elon Musk. You know, it's like when it gets to Elon Musk, it's like, oh shit. It's like, Elon, can you just like build rockets, build cars, and build some shit? You know, I know, you know, can you just do that? Do you have to comment on movies? Do you even watch movies? Do you even watch movies, man? I don't even think you do. You watch movies? You don't have to watch movies. You know, do you really care that much about the Odyssey? The Odyssey is not actually historically accurate. I don't know if you know this. There's not like these mythical creatures and gods and shit. I mean, that's another thing too. I mean, you would think that this was, I mean, the discourse that's out there and the backlash that's happening with Christopher Nolan, you would think that it's, again, that it's a comic book movie. Like me, I'm still there day one. Yeah. Is he taking big swings? And yes, do I not just for the casting choices. I'm saying he's taking big swings because this is Christopher Nolan, who likes to ground things as much as possible, doesn't like to use a lot of VFX, and he's tackling this story, which I'm not even big time familiar with. Yes, did I read it? Was it talked about when I was in school? Yes, but did I pick it up again when I was an adult? No. I know, and I just haven't. Maybe I will before I watch the movie, just to kind of see like, hey, let me get a little refresher on the Odyssey that I have not really thought about too much. I mean, I watched Troy. I've watched some other versions. I remember watching the 90s version, which also had a race swap then because Vanessa Williams played a character in there. So they did race swap back then. But remember back in the 90s when nobody gave a shit about anything? It was just like, okay, that person's playing this role. But we didn't have Twitter. We weren't beating our keyboards like fucking crazy. But yeah, it's just like, it's so crazy. And I'm just going, hey, can we just like watch the movie? I mean, the other big thing though, that's come about was the fact that, oh yeah, who's playing Achilles, you know, and there was this whole thing about Elliot Page. There's this whole thing about Elliot Page that was playing Achilles, and then everybody was going, what the hell? And I will admit that, yes, that if that is the case, I'm like, whoa, that's a stretch. What are you doing here, Chris? But again, I'm going to go, in Christopher Nolan, I trust. I've not hated any one of his movies. I've enjoyed every one of his movies. He kind of thinks on a different level of a lot of things. So I'm just kind of going, all right, if that's the case, sure. But then I saw this on my feed that Elliot Page is not going to be playing Achilles. And now we're saying right here, Elliot Page is expected to play Elpenor, the youngest crew member on the Odyssey's, on Aedeus' ship in the Odyssey. So that's a rumor that's out there right now. That's going to be funny because, man, people are going to town when it comes to Elliot Page. I've seen so many AI videos, some funny, some just like, what? Why are we doing this? I'm like, why are we doing this? So it's just been kind of just like, Jesus Christ, can we relax here? And it's going to be really funny when it comes out that that's the character that Elliot Page is actually playing. That's going to be really funny. But if it does get confirmed, then it's going to be like, oh shit, we're going to get another wave. But I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing though. It's like when it comes to all this, the pendulum. What do I always talk about? The pendulum that swings. And it always swings. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I've said this before. It's like when it swings, it's like, okay, we got so far left, you know, at the end of the 2010s and into the 2020s that there was a lot of pushback on that. You know, we had the left, people that were very left that were always finding like, you know, they were searching for racism and misogyny and homophobia. And they were always searching to the point where even things got made up. Jussie Smollett, things were getting made up. Now the pendulum swung this way so hard that the anti-wokesters were now trying to find wokeness in everything and trying to find. So then once it's starting to swing back, guys, it's starting to swing back a little bit. It's starting to swing back. So then when this was coming about, it was like, oh, the anti-wokesters going to town now on this. And it's just, that's what it is. It just swings back and forth. It's been swinging back and forth for like the past 30 years. It's weird because I was like, wow, seems like after George H.W. Bush, it's always been Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat. When it comes to the president, it's like, and it almost seems like it follows that trajectory of like swinging back and forth. But ever since the early 90s, it's just gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's almost like it's designed. It's almost like it's designed that way. I always say that when we talk about left wing, right wing, I'm like, you're talking about like a bird, right? Isn't there like a brain in the middle that controls both? I don't know, but that now it's bled into, of course, pop culture, and then the fact that we're online all the time, it's just constant craziness. And I'm just like going, all right, I'm still going to be there day one. A lot of people are still going to be there day one. The movie still looks good to me. I mean, not only was it get picked apart about that, I mean, I even tweeted out that, yeah, he's taking big swings because he is taking big swings. Like people didn't like the Cyclops design. In the interview with Times, and he has an interview coming out with 60 Minutes, which people are like, he's doing damage control. And I'm like, no, I don't think Christopher Nolan even gives a shit. He even says, he's like, I'm not going to listen to the noise because he's not online. He's not online all the time. And I know people are picking apart, like Travis Scott is in it. And the reason why he cast Travis Scott as this certain character that is a poet, he thought, well, it was just kind of like, he figured like when it comes to rap and poetry, it's kind of similar. I mean, I wouldn't say, I was kind of like, okay, interesting. I don't know about modern day rap being like poetry. I think like 90s rap when I was really into it, and a lot of people were into it. Modern day rap, it's kind of fallen off, but I don't really listen to it. I've seen other people talk about that too. Like 90s rap was the shit, even into the 2000s was the shit. But now it's just kind of like, I don't even know, but hey, maybe I'm just old man out of touch or something. I don't know. But yeah, there was that interesting thing. And then people were saying like, oh yeah, when he addressed his composer Ludwig, which of course won the Academy Award this year, Ludwig, who's just on a tear right now, he said he told him like, yeah, specifically how to do the score, because no, you can't do it like classical like this because that's not what it was back then. And then people were like, well, if it wasn't like that back then, why are you casting, Lupita, a black woman? And I'm going, like, I don't really care because I mean, in my opinion, Lupita's a gorgeous woman. I always thought she was a gorgeous woman. That it doesn't bother me at all. Again, but I'm not like this Odyssey person where I'm like, you have to be like the source material. It's got to be Greeks and this, that, and this. And I'm just, it gets frustrating, which is like all the time. It's all pretty crazy. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. I'm still going to be there day one. A lot of people have already written both sides of the argument have already written their reviews of this. You already know that's happening. You already have the people who are hating on this. They've already canceled this movie out, and they can't wait to rip the movie apart. Then you got the people because the reaction to this side, they're already writing there, oh my God, Lupita, she's going to win the Academy Award. It's going to be like stuff like that, where it's like everything's already ready to go. And I know people were like ripping on the dialogue that Robert Pattinson says, daddy. And then there was like an article that even came out that said like, why are they using English accents? Which I'm like, what the fuck is even that? It's crazy. It's crazy how much discourse is out there. But you know what? I'm still going to be there, and Christopher Nolan I trust. Okay? There we go. Cheers. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. All right. And another thing I wanted to talk about that I wanted to get into actually was... All right. So we got right there. All right. Let me make sure I got my screens all good right here. Zack Snyder and his Trinity. He's been talking about his Trinity a little bit, at least his last 4 posts. have been about his Trinity right here. And I kind of talked about this a little bit already, but I'm going to talk about it again because I love the fact that his main focus, like when he posts DC stuff, it's about his Trinity. It's about his Trinity. And I'm like, man, if we could, again, I just really hope, 100% hope that Zach can come back and do a legacy sequel, and the main three at least will come back. Okay, will come back. I've said this time and time again. If they could do some Kingdom Come thing, and maybe they'll have. I mean, I could see Ray Fisher coming back and Momoa coming back. You know, Ezra. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. But I'm all down for legacy. I mean, of course, I still have chuckleheads in my fucking mentions even today. And yesterday, all week. I mean, I still have these guys that always. I got called the gun cultist today. Of course, I just kind of block these people because I'm like, you're in my mentions. Anytime I make like a joke, because I made a joke about the Batman Part 2, how there is a bigger cast, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this movie's overstuffed. What do they think? It's Man of Tomorrow? Am I right? I posted that. And naturally, that triggered some people, the normal people, because obviously, you know, their whole lot in life is to shit on the DCU, Man of Tomorrow, and James Gunn. Their obsession is doing that to make sure that, you know, it's that. But it's so funny because again, I know like some of these guys, maybe not all of them, that they were hoping that the Batman Part 2 was going to get canceled, just because the added hate would be directed towards James Gunn, which is a little, you just see it. It's sick and twisted. Anyways, talking about Zack Snyder and his recent posts when it comes to like his Trinity and stuff like that, I wanted to like kind of bring this up because obviously, first off, he posted this awesome image right here when it came to the armored Batman, which is a slightly different image than what we've seen before. Because he's usually the other image that we saw before, he was looking up. Now he's looking forward, which I think is so freaking cool, so cool. The world only makes sense if you force it to, and that's just a beautiful fucking image right there. One of the best looking Batman images that you'll see right there. And then he posted this. Zack Snyder. He posted this right here, which of course had to do with that filler shots of the backstory that he came up with when it came to Wonder Woman 1854, I believe it was, and shot with my Leica monochrome during the Wonder Woman Crimea shoot, an original story unfolding through the lens, and these were her soldiers. And then he posted this, where he, of course, does have a little cameo in the background of the Wonder Woman movie, me on the set of Wonder Woman, photo by Clay Enos. And then he posted this today. This is awesome. And it's a cool little Superman shot that we've never seen before. And this is not from Zack Snyder. I'm sure somebody made this. And there's even a possibility that somebody made it with AI. I don't know. It is a very awesome looking Superman shot. But it's funny because, again, what have I talked about? Because when I saw the reaction, especially to the Warriors of Wonder Woman 1854, I saw people like, man, I wish we could see this. We should see this origin. I'm like, okay. Then again, if you're negating Patty Jenkins, Wonder Woman, we can't include that into your discourse because true Snyderverse is just the movies that Snyder did. Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's true Snyderverse. Snyderverse adjacent is Aquaman and Wonder Woman, because that's not what he wrote for backstories. That's what I'm just like, when I see that kind of stuff, and I'm like, wait, guys, so you're going to negate. Okay, so then you got to take that out of your, especially when it comes to box office, you got to take those out. Because if you want that, what he wanted, then you can't include the Wonder Woman movie or the Aquaman movie in your arsenal of fighting the discourse and what, when DC was good, I guess you could say. I don't know. It's just kind of funny when I see that stuff, and I'm like, all right, can we just appreciate what he's doing right there? Can we appreciate that? And can we just can we hope that there could be some kind of legacy sequel, and maybe those three will definitely come back? I mean, for something. Maybe in the 5, 6, 7 years from now, maybe we could have something. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me right there. I don't know. Batman and Wonder Woman sexual relationship. Well, like I've always said, it's like his idea for Diana pre like her origin. Well, let's just say yeah, she was let's just say people that there would be a discourse. There would be a discourse and a backlash for what Zach wanted to do with that. But we don't have to go into detail. We know what Zach's doing. You know how Zach likes to make his heroes way more adults. Anyways, but yeah, we're gonna talk some of the Batman Part 2. The movie that was supposed to be canceled. We're gonna talk about the Batman Part 2. We're gonna talk about Lanterns, some of that stuff. Because there's some Lantern stuff, which some of that sounds cool. Oh yeah, we're gonna have like 2 different timelines. We're gonna have 2 different timelines when it comes to things. That's cool. So there's gonna be like 10-year difference between timelines. So I'm wondering how that is gonna be. So that's what Chris Mundy said when it came to Lanterns. It's like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a timeline. There's gonna be a timeline for 10 years ago in 2016, and then a current timeline. So I'm like, all right, cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I definitely like that a lot. So we'll see what happens when it comes to it. Let's see. What do we got here? Dave, it's so funny people like casting the Batman Part 2, but they have a problem with James Gunn putting 2 main characters on. Well, I made the joke. I know it's not the same because they are all Batman characters, apparently. But yeah, it is. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you. Let's see. Batman 2 cast. Yeah. Dave, did it start with ABC? Always be closing. You're talking about the seminar thing? Nah, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was actually something that was pretty cool. But I shouldn't have went. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to see it. Cannot wait to see it. What's going on, Omega Swiper? What's happening? Nolan will be the victor. Yeah, I think he will be. Overall. But yeah, it's all pretty crazy. These same people who are freaking out over the Odyssey would have had a panic attack when Lance Reddick was cast as Zeus before his... I didn't even watch that. And Percy Jackson, I didn't even watch that. Yeah. Well, is it Christopher Nolan's turn to be hated on 24/7? I've seen a pattern here. Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty crazy. But I mean, it's not the first time. Like I said, it's you just got to pay attention to some things. I'm gonna be doing the audiobook. Well, that's good. It's called casting. I know, right? Let's see how it plays out. They gave us the Odyssey to read in school, and I didn't read it. I played sick one day to stay home and read, but they then the movie. Yeah, I remember like I think it wasn't history class. I think it was English class. Yeah, we went through the book. And then we watched the 90s movie. One AI video 300 with Paige. That was There was all kinds. And I was like, geez. It was like, okay, that's fine. And then there was somewhere I'm like, what? Now you're just adding Elliot Page to other movies? Like, what? Why? What are we doing here? Now you're just going to town. Did not have sexual relations with Cyclops. Hey, in chat, can you tell me why we're getting Oh yeah, I don't know. The Expendables franchise is done. Why do we even need? Are they trying to just because Ronda Rousey was in those movies, and the fact that she is fighting Gina Carano, they're fighting this weekend. Is that why? Are they trying to just, hey, let's drop this news and see if anybody bites on it? I don't know. I really don't know. Tenet, the sound was too quiet. Oppenheimer, yeah, too quiet. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. Hey, what's happening, Jose? Glad to see your Dodgers still can't defeat the Giants fully in a series. Yikes. Should have ran through them, but you didn't. They didn't. Dodgers, Batman dating Wonder Woman, Catwoman, and Heart. Yeah, well, he's a stud. All of a sudden, Dave has nothing to say about a Let's Go scene, only because there's a Let's Go scene in there. I didn't even see that. Was I not paying attention? Maybe I blocked it from me. I'm just asking who asked for the movie, but yeah. We all did. I did, but I don't, but I wasn't like I didn't revisit it. I mean, I'm probably going to. I'm not caught up on the boys. No, sadly, I'm not. I don't know. Yeah, for some reason, I wasn't like as exciting. So, no idea, man. Maybe they want to make an all-time flop of a movie for the history books. Remember how well the female Ghostbusters movie worked out? Yeah, I didn't. God, being a Ghostbusters lover, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a chance, and I gave it a chance because I like the ladies, I like the cast, but what they wrote was just it was an abomination. What they wrote in that movie. Where being a Ghostbusters fan, I was like, nah, this ain't it. Got to give the poverty teams a win. I didn't realize the Dodgers were owned by the Japanese so much. Jesus Christ. Fuck. So when you go to the Dodgers game in a couple of weeks, enjoy your $30 Japanese beer and your noodles. It's like, geez, I didn't realize like the field is owned and so many. I was like, geez, that's how they're paying for Ohtani. I know Ohtani's Chinese though, but I mean, like, man, I was like, Dodgers are just and their fan base is, hey man, fan base is Mexican, but geez, just doing some shit talking because Jose is. When it comes to baseball shit talking, that's all. I want the major Batman X scene. Yeah, I was hoping that, dude. Wouldn't that have been awesome if he announced Christy, if she was like, welcome back. But I know that she already said like she's probably not going to be in it. And then of course no Selena Kyle either. And when Matt Damon was telling the soldiers, he going about let's go. I don't know. I guess I totally didn't pay attention to that. Here come the Christopher Nolan hate train. Mexican going right. Going to Cowboys and Rams. Oh, there you go. SoFi. There you go. Maybe maybe I'll get one of those games. And me more is trying to be. Oof, yeah. Oh, Zempy, I tell you. Oh, Zempy, what's up? What's happening? I, for one, welcome. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're definitely there. I was like, geez. So that's how they're paying for all that. Because I was like, why does it say? I mean, like the field had like a whole thing. Because I didn't even know. Because I don't watch that many Dodger games, obviously. But when they were playing the Giants at Dodger Stadium, I was like, why does it say Up Clove Field or whatever the hell? It's like, oh. That's how they're paying for all that. Anyways. Jesus Christ. All right. We got some trolls in there. All right. Not even reading that. One deserves to hate. He's not a god like you cinema snobs like to claim. Talking to Elaine. Jeez. Snobby. He deserves the hate. People deserve hate, apparently. All right. Filmmakers deserve hate. Always a blessing when he's in here. Mr. Jose. All right. Let's go ahead and end that, and we'll start bringing on some people right now. We'll just get started on some of the discussions tonight. All right. We'll first start off with. Now, it's not like Christopher Nolan's gotten hate before. I mean, again, I showed that thing from Dunkirk. He got a lot of hate for Tenet. But we'll forget that, I guess.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's happening, Phil?
Dunkirk is like the most boring Christopher Nolan movie ever made, but even then, that's like cold pizza.
I like cold pizza, especially in the morning. It's great. Yeah. It's like, I mean, for me, it's like not everything's gonna be perfect, you know. So it's not gonna be, you know. I mean, and this one's gonna be very interesting, obviously, you know, especially with everything that's happening. You'd almost think that he's directing another comic book movie with the way that things are going when it comes to this, you know, with casting, with story, with the way his approach is and stuff. So yeah,
dude, I love the Odyssey trailer, and you know, I haven't I haven't seen too much of like the backlash going on. I know Elon Musk is kind of having a bitch fit about it, but I'm not really trying to pay much attention to it because
like, I know that's why I was like, does Elon Musk even watch movies?
Right.
It's like, dude, just build rockets, build cars, do all the stuff, do all that. You comment on movies. You could check yourself out of that one, sir. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all just crazy, and then of course that makes headlines, and it's like, and I'm sure Christopher Nolan doesn't give two shits about it. Christopher Nolan's gonna do Christopher Nolan things.
Is it true? Is Elliot Page playing Achilles?
No, that's a rumor. And that's not been confirmed. And I mean, when I heard that, I was like, "Ooh, that's gonna be a stretch." And I'm like, "Well, I'll have to watch it, see how that's gonna be." But then, like I brought up when I was talking about it, there's now also a rumor that Elliot Page is not playing Achilles. Is that there's a character named El Penor, who's the youngest crew member on the ship. That's who Elliot Page is playing. So
I mean, I'm not bothered either way. I think Elliot Page is a fine actor, you know, pre and post.
But I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, I think everybody's getting a little too ahead of everything. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just gets a little too freaking crazy, but it's the internet. It's 2026 and the internet is the internet. Just the way it's going to be. Taladio, what's happening, sir?
Yeah, what's up, Dave? Hey, Phil, again.
Yeah. What's up, man?
He's all, hey, Phil, again.
Well, we just got out of a Discord call, like not even.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's
cool.
like
it's our pre-game for the Vodka stream.
Gotcha.
Friday, for the most part.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Well, good to see you, Talade. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, man. I saw Mortal Kombat 2. It didn't disappoint me.
Yeah.
Let's just hope Street Fighter does the same. But if it doesn't, I don't.
Yeah.
I've got no hopes for Street Fighter.
Yeah.
I got no hopes for it.
I have hope for it. I mean, Street Fighter. I played that. I mean, I remember when I first moved to Southern California in 94, 93. It was actually summer of 93, I think. 94. When did Street Fighter 2 come out? 93, right? Yeah. And and I remember we came out to visit before we the following year we moved out here. And I still remember playing Street Fighter the very first time. It was with my brother and my cousin Chris, which is not with us. He's not with us anymore. May he rest in peace. It was on an old TV that was made out of wood. Remember those old TVs that had the speakers on the side that had the wood paneling on it? And yeah, I remember playing that. And the first character I played was Dawson. I was like kicking their asses with him. It was like my first time playing. I was kicking ass. They were getting mad at me because I was like kicking their ass. And then I eventually, like, Guile became my guy. So when I saw the trailer for the movie and I saw that they were going very heavily, there you go. When they were going very heavily into the very video game aspect, I was like going, okay, cool. Yeah, lean into it. Fucking lean into it. And I know, like, I know, Phil, we've talked about it. You don't really care for it either. You care for the movie coming out. Yeah. No. You know, for me, I'm like, hey, you know, I hope that it looks like pure madness. Just give me pure madness. That's all I could hope for, you know? So,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So,
I get it.
Ronan, what's happening?
What's up, muchachos? All hail Christopher Nolan. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Messing with whoever said that comment. I'm like, fuck him. It's like, no, what? One of the greatest directors that, like, by his name now only sells movies? Shit.
I know. That's
Literally
the thing.
only
Is like
directors who do that.
Yeah, I mean, there are still few directors that could sell, the movie just by their name.
Yeah.
And, it's like, and it's not the first time he's gotten hate. That's what's so funny. It's like, yeah, he even got hate for Batman back then, but there was no Twitter. There was no big time social media. There was nothing like that. I mean,
Twitter came around Dark Knight Rises is when it started taking off.
Yeah.
That's where that really stemmed.
Because I joined Twitter in like 2009, but I only joined. I thought it was a news feed. I didn't think it was like social media. I just was like, oh, Twitter news feed, okay, kind of like a news feed. And that's like kind of how they sold it. Was like, oh, it's like just that, but you could post whatever. And I was like, oh, but I just figured it was like news feed, and that's what I used it for. And I followed certain movie sites, and this is when I was big time into Android stuff. And I was, so I was like following just Android and movie sites. I never tweeted, never nothing. And then I was like, oh, wait, so this is like interactive. I guess I should start doing this stuff. And now where it's at, it's a big cesspool of wild, wild west. But, it's fun. It can be fun.
Yeah, it has its plus and minuses. I've interacted with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like some of y'all, other creatives from shows and movies I like. And then I've been fortunate that I don't get a lot of blowback like a lot of people do.
Yeah.
But I think I'm very moderate with how I use Twitter. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be here the whole time.
Yeah, you're not like putting like your opinions out there a lot. You're posting your videos every now and again. You're posting. Yeah, you're not like big time on that. You're retweeting things.
Yeah,
so you're not. Yeah. Yeah.
From what I remember, anyway,
I cooled down a bit.
I still hear about the things that Ronan retweets, and I'm like, yeah, that tracks.
Hey man, that's Sports Illustrated. That's on them.
I'm not mad. I'm not
complaining. I don't complain about it. I don't complain about it either. I'm like, ooh, whoa, what's that? I'm like, oh, Ronan.
So that's what you're into.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But yeah,
no.
It's fun. It's fun. And then we got
Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Chris?
Christopher Nolan he's living what he's put out there.
Yeah.
You got Prestige, the scene where Tesla's talking about I was allowed to change the world once, and then I tried to do it a second time and they hated me for it. Well, now you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Yeah.
Again, I think people are bored this week and just want to find something to pick at.
Exactly.
Why not?
Yeah.
If that's what we're doing this week, it's like, well, we're really reaching here.
Dude, the only time I had an issue with like a choice, I don't know if it was even him or the studio. It was during Tenet, and I was like, dude, right now I want to see a movie. I don't know what the hell it is. I want to see it, but right now is not the time to watch it. And it was the middle of 2020, and the big meme out of it was like I couldn't understand what they were saying, and like I need subtitles for this. And so luckily I was like, all right, well, when I get the Blu-ray, I'll see what they're saying, and they were kind of right that some of that sound mixing. I'm like, oof.
Yeah, I remember that too. Where it was like, ooh, yeah, it was a little loud when it came to the sound, and some of the dialogue was drowned out. I mean, that wasn't the first time. He's always kind of had like an audio thing. I mean, they had to turn up, Tom Hardy's Bane voice a little bit, because I remember when the trailer, and then even when when they released like the opening of it, people were like, I can barely hear what Tom Hardy was saying.
What? What's he saying?
Yeah, it was like a thing back, with Dark Knight Rises also. So there's always been kind of like a little interesting audio. And then people complained that Dunkirk was way too loud. And yeah, there were some times where it was like, Jesus, like, whoa. But I understood that he wanted people to like react to like explosions and gunfire and everything. But it was, there was times where I was like, fuck, I can understand why people are like, it's so loud. I'm like, yeah, he was really wanting to immerse.
He took that THX idea seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Cranked it up to 11. Fuck.
It's one louder than 10.
One louder. reason I'll go to 11. Yeah.
Have you guys seen most of his prologues or no?
So,
hey,
Dunkirk did with Saving Private Ryan did. They did that on purpose. He did that's done purposely. If you look at most of the modern war movies with that kind of artillery, that kind of they do that so that you're reacting as somebody who would be in that type of situation. You're jumping when you're supposed to jump, and you want to cover your ears because that's what you would be doing. In that environment.
No, I totally get it. Like I didn't complain about it, but I was like, I can understand why people were, because I remember being in the theater going, "Jeez, it's fucking loud," but I wasn't complaining about it at all.
Flip side, now Dark Knight Rises was just a bad movie. You can just complain there because of what that was. And I love Tom Hardy. Yeah. I have the same feeling about Tom Hardy in that movie as I do Russell Crowe in Thor: Love and Thunder.
Whoa!
I love the actor. It was painful to watch some of my favorite actors in spots where they just fucking sucked. So,
so it was probably worse with Tom Hardy because Tom Hardy was all throughout the movie, and
he's all throughout the movie. And that sound decision, his voice decision, was literally like a goat nibbling at my ear for 2.5 hours. It was just, I would have rather had the goat, to be honest with you.
It's all good. It's not for everybody. I mean, it's definitely the weakest one of the trilogy for sure. But I definitely didn't hate it. I still thought it was good, and I actually liked Tom Hardy's been. I thought it was unique and different. But definitely, when I go to watch those movies, Dark Knight Rises is definitely not on top of the list. I love Begins, love Dark Knight. But Dark Knight Rises, it's been a while since I watched that. Maybe I should give it a watch. But I mean, then of course he makes a fucking little masterpiece like Interstellar, and you go, "Oh, Jesus Christ."
Yeah.
Oof.
Hot take. I think I love the trilogy, but Batman Begins is probably my least favorite. Granted, I haven't revisited it, but like I did Dark Knight Rises and then Batman Begins for some odd reason.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
What about it makes it your least favorite? Well, that's the first I've heard ever, so I'm curious.
I know. As people shop,
I'm not hating. I'm genuinely curious.
I'm with him.
And the thing that like, it's the one I go back to the least. I don't know why. I don't know why. And it's like it has the training stuff with Ra's al Ghul that I like or not, but like I don't know why.
It feels different from the other two.
Yeah.
I think that I could see why you maybe could feel like that, and that's probably why a lot of people, because like Batman Begins definitely has like it feels like a different tone, because obviously you have the training stuff, and even like all the scenes in the Narrows, you don't really have the Narrows. I think you do a little bit more in Rises. You don't have anything in Dark Knight, but it just, I think Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises has a different, more epic feel than Begins, because Begins was the first one, and then it was like, hey, keep going and make it bigger with the other two or something. I don't know. I could see the tone. The tones are definitely different. I always thought Begins has definitely a different, and Dark Knight has a much grander tone. I mean, even the color palette is different, because like Batman Begins had more of like a yellow orangish kind of palette, like palette, and then it got to a more bluish, like more So I could see, at least from that aspect. I mean, I still love Begins so much. I think it's one of the best origin stories. Stories,
Same. I still like it, but I don't know why. Like, to me, and I get it. People like aren't into Rises that much, but to me, it's not even about Batman. To me, the moment of Rises that always gets me is when Gordon realizes how much he means to Batman, more than what Batman means to him, and like that piece of music, that moment always gets me, and it's the first thing I think of that movie. And man, maybe I'm gonna have to revisit Batman Begins soon. I have to revisit, and also I think I like the suits better by Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, in my opinion. I don't know. It's just me. That's a weird one.
My opinion on Rises has changed over the years. Like, I started off, I remember coming out of it being like very angry and very snobbish about it. Like, that wasn't like the comic. Like that was kind of my initial takeaway. But over the years, I've really, really warmed up to it, because, I've just kind of come to the conclusion that whole trilogy is a story about Bruce Wayne more so than it is about Batman.
Yeah.
And, obviously they go hand in hand, but still, like that movie, I've really kind of, I've softened on it. I still think the whole Joseph Gordon-Levitt, John Robin Blake stuff is kind of, yeah, it's whatever. But, you know, other than that, I think it has a really strong message. I also think, like, I love Tom Hardy. As a matter of fact, that was like the movie that really turned me on to Tom Hardy as an actor. I think he's really, really great in that movie. And even though his words might be jumbled, you know, Nightfall was one of the first stories I remember collecting. And, you know, when he has like the moment of like, you know,
whoa, Roden feedback
got some really bad feedback. When Bane says, "Oh yes, I was wondering what breakfast, your spirit, oh your body," and he fucking drops him. Like you hear the crack. I like now when directors take their inspiration from the comics, but they do their own thing with it. And that was one of the moments. Like going into that movie, I was like, yeah, there's one thing I need to see in this movie. It's Batman, specifically like Christian Bale's Batman, get his back broken by Bane. And that happened. And I was like, okay, this movie gets an automatic dub from me for that, because I don't know if I'll ever get to see this again, either in live action or whatever. But now there is a Nightfall trilogy happening. And, you know, they are going to do that whole, I'd imagine they're probably going to do a majority of that story, you know, in 3 parts. And so, yeah, I've really softened on that movie over the years. Like,
what was interesting about that scene, which I'm with you, you know, that's the beginning of my comic collecting days was Nightfall, but
yeah,
it was a great decision for him to cut out the music during that whole sequence.
Yes.
And you literally, the point of hearing, not just the bat breaking, but just like feeling every punch, like hearing it and going through every single motion of desperation at that moment.
Yeah, like it's a dismantling of the guy you've been following for what, 6 years up to that point, 8 years?
Well, yeah,
and that's why
it's dismantling of the Batman God complex.
Yeah, like, and again, that's why I love that scene of like, and it's a meme now, but I can quote it. Like, I thought, what I was wondering what big first, your spirit or your body, and it's like when you think about that, it's like wow, like, and again, it's why you feel bad for Alfred at points. You're like, dude, it's enough. Your body's not what it used to be. Like, you may have the heart in it, but it's not. You're not that guy anymore. And again, I know, again, that's why those moments really like get to me, because I'm like, yeah, you root for this guy, and this is the guy, but then at a certain point, he is mortal. He's not a god. That's what makes him unique. Well, he's immortal eventually, and he could buy his way into like still keep surviving at that age. In the comics, they do that, but at a certain point, he's got to bite it. And you know, I was in my teens when that movie dropped, and so like I was wondering, like, wow, they actually gonna kill him off? But it was awesome to see that moment and be like, wow, there goes the guy we knew.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, and then of course, like, you know, obviously it was Nemus fucked up, and then there's like, hey, here's this robotic, you know,
here's chiropractic solved in one move.
All right. I mean, yeah, there was like a little bit of a stretch of like, and then all of a sudden he just kicks a brick. All right, we're good. You know, it's like, okay. You know, there were some things where I was like, all right, you know, but for the most part, I mean, it's still a solid trilogy for sure. But
oh yeah,
it's still definitely a solid. But you know, I mean, and it's so funny too, because when we talk about the Odyssey, is like, you know, Christopher Nolan wanted to do this then, and then lost it to Wolfgang Peterson, who did Troy, and then they were like, sorry, you want to do Batman? You know, it's like, it's just kind of funny how that was, where it's like, yeah, we know you wanted to do this, but you're unknown. Because Christopher Nolan wasn't known. I mean, Memento, he's in Memento, and I think, Insomnia, he only done those. And Memento, you know, got like a little bit of a fall. I mean, I still always say that that's my favorite movie of Christopher Nolan's. It's because I just love the you know, obviously the writing style and everything. But I mean, it's almost like it was like meant to be, because it was like, well, you know, let's how about you do Batman? Try Batman. And look what happened. And then all of a sudden he's now his name, he's a name now. And then he fits the prestige right in the middle of that. And it's like, geez, you know.
I mean, the way he ended up with Batman, the way the studio went from, you know, Batman and Robin all the way to when they tapped Nolan to do it, you know, that whole, what was it, almost 8 years of trying to crack a new Batman movie, or even, you know, potentially toying with Batman 5, or starting fresh with Darren Aronofsky, and even briefly considering, you know, Batman and Superman with Kevin Andrew Walker and Wolfgang Van Petersen, all of those ideas just really, like, the history of how you go from Batman and Robin to Batman Begins is so interesting to me. And then when he did get the role, or rather when he got the project, I should say, as a Batman fan, I didn't even know that a new Batman movie was happening until like that year in 2005 after the fact, because I watched it on VHS with a friend of mine. I was like, there was a fucking new Batman movie that came out this year, and I didn't know about it.
So weird?
It's wild, right?
Now we know every little thing. Yeah.
We're in the age of watching Matt Reeves just drop gifs of whoever's going to be in his fucking movie, which is amazing. Even though
that was awesome,
obviously,
man.
It's popped up on threads, like everyone's seeing everything. Like the big surprise to me was Brian Tyree Henry joining the cast.
Well, yeah, let's go through the cast. I mean, obviously, with last week dropping the camera test, which is great.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, let's kind of go through it. So obviously, I mean, and I loved the fact that 2 days ago on Wednesday, he was like, all right, let's just announce the returning cast.
Yep.
So, and I love the fact that all his gifts, they're so freaking high quality, he's not posting like just some pixely fucking piece of shit gif or anything like that. He's got the high quality ones. And of course he posts, he posts the shot of, like, it's so funny because the most aura shot of the Batman is him, of course, when the Penguin crashes and then he's walking towards the car in slow motion with the flames behind him. So much aura. But then, and it's funny because I remember even when I remember watching the first time, and then people were like, why did they have to have like Batman kind of lean in all like, hey, it's like he had such, he didn't need that. Now it just looks, and I'm like, I think it's kind of great because he was like this when he's walking like that. It's like he's like this god, and then when he kind of leans in and he's just like, hey, he's back to being a human, a guy in a fucking costume again. And I'm wondering
if he was playing peekaboo.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Matt Reeves was kind of going for that. It was like, yeah, we're gonna give you the ultimate shot. Then right after that, when you lean in, and it's just like. Hey.
Well, think about it. The Penguins literally scream at him, I got you. I got you, you crazy SOB. And then, like, Batman just kind of tilts his head, like, really? Did you? I got you.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. But, I mean, he used that gif, and he says, we meet again, my friend. And it was just like, all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, shit, it's happening. What are you doing? What are we doing? I'm like, we're getting gifts. And it was like, okay, interesting. And then, of course, the next one was, here we go again, my friend, which shows Gordon, like, when the Penguin and his goons are shooting up the cars. And he was like, yeah, I mean, it's, we already knew. It's so funny because it's like, it's almost like Matt Reeves is almost like getting to that level of I'm not saying like full on Nolan, but a little bit, because he's just posting gifts. And we already knew that these people were coming back. And yet we were so excited to see it. I mean, the first tweet, it's got 4.5 million views. And then the Gordon one has 2.7 million views. I mean, it's just like, it shows you right there the excitement of that. And of course, having Jeffrey Wright coming back as Gordon. And, immediately I just thought of the line of like, oh, this guy's hilarious. I always loved that line when it came to the USB drive.
With the finger, the thumbnail. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. To me, it's just I don't know. It's funny. I love that line. Oh, this guy's hilarious.
Dude, the jail scene. I remember being so tense watching that movie when they got to the jail scene. It's like it's him with the room, a bunch of cops.
Yeah.
And I remember being like, "What the fuck is gonna happen?" And I'm like, "Please throw a punch." I'm like, just throw.
I love that he's all, you're gonna have to punch me. It's the way that he says it, and it's just, and then
you got a felony for resisting arrest or for attacking a cop officer. He's like, "I'm attacking too," and it's like, no.
I know there's like a subtle level of humor that Reeves injected into it, like especially when they meet up again. He goes, and he's like, "Man, next, I thought you'd pull your punch," and he's like, "I did." It's like,
I love that.
I mean, it's just subtle little things like that. I mean, is it for everybody? Not everybody was like. I mean, there's people that are like, I didn't like any of this. But I'm like, fun.
When people say like, "Oh, I don't want humor in Batman," it's like you haven't read a Batman comic. It's not riddled with humor, but that's where those moments come in. It's not just Robin or Nightwing or anything. Like, he does have those moments, particularly a lot as Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we were talking about Dark Knight Rises when he puts the knee thing, and like Alfred goes like, "Does it really hurt?" He's like, "You're more than welcome to try it, man." He's like, "I'm just good watching, thank you." And it's just like that's Alfred effing with him, be like, "You really want to go back into it, old man? You really want to go back to it?"
Yeah. Definitely the Bruce Wayne and Alfred dynamic in the Dark Knight trilogy was probably some of the best. I mean, we've only seen the Batman, which is, we've only seen Andy Serkis, and it's always been dramatic, kind of mostly dramatic moments. It hasn't been too much. There's been enough where it's like we get the dynamic, but I would still think I think my favorite dynamic is the Bale and Kane dynamic. Mm-hmm. We saw a little bit of Irons and Affleck, which were pretty good. But I would say that the Bale and Kane dynamic is, because we got 3 movies strictly with them. And I mean, I love that when they're like, when he's gonna confess and he's just like, he's all, "I did tell you though, sir." He's all, "What? I'm gonna tell you it was your whole idea." Like when they're walking off into the little elevator thing, and he's like, "I'm gonna tell him it was your whole idea." It's
or
just
like when they go in the cave and begins, and Bruce is like, "Alfred, come down here," and Alfred's like, "I'm fine right where I am, sir."
Yeah, exactly, just stuff. Yeah. And he just always a good dynamic. But so Gordon, of course, Jeffrey Wright, and then of course the next one was Alfred, and I love how it was like, "Oh wow, you're gonna show the exploding envelope scene." All right, cool. Yeah, so you had that gif, which Andy Serkis, I think he's a great Alfred, and it's going to be interesting how they explore more of that relationship when it comes to their Alfred and Bruce dynamic. And obviously Alfred wants him to be more of a Bruce Wayne presence. I mean, that first scene that you see him and he's just like, and Bruce is like, "I don't care about the family name and all this." He's just very jaded.
"I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Any of it."
Yeah. So it's like, and Alfred's like, "Hey, no, we have to preserve the name of Wayne. Come on. What are you doing here? What are you doing?"
"Because I couldn't get you to go there."
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously we knew that Andy Serkis was going back. And then, of course, take it easy, sweetheart. We knew that Farrell was going to come back. The question is, though, is how much is the Penguin going to be in this movie?
He kind of more hinted at it's not going to be as much, obviously, as the first one.
No. It might be one scene.
He wasn't even in the first one all that much either.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see like a
1 or 2 scenes.
Yeah, or like sprinkled in as necessary. It all depends on who the villain's going to be.
Well,
and
you have to
the
think about
impact it has.
You have to think about where the Penguin is positionally by the end of the Penguin show, right?
Yeah.
Because he is, in an effective sense, he's become much more than just the Iceberg Lounge owner now. He has effectively gotten in with the politicians of Gotham City. Yeah. So whatever he is going to be doing, and obviously we know who else has been cast in this movie as a very specific Batman character, i.e. Sebastian Stan, it's going to be very interesting to see how does the Penguin mingle with the high and mighties of Gotham City this time around. That's what I'm expecting, just based on where we saw the Penguin at the end of the show.
Yeah.
That's just,
and also, to your point, Phil, information. He's connected. He knows things.
Correct.
And now, at a certain point, a lot of times in the comics, that's what Oswald had become. He'd become tolerated because he holds information that is necessary.
Yes.
Yep. That's a good point. And so I suspect that there's probably going to be about maybe 2 scenes with him, which is, I'm sure Colin Farrell's like, it's only, he's going to have like maybe a 3 weeks of work, maybe a month where he has to get him back into that.
Yeah, I don't think he's disappointed if he only has a little bit on there.
Yeah, I mean, as much as like you love the character, the process though is just. I mean, but they're even talking about a season 2 of the Penguin, and it's like, whew, man, that's. I mean, it's rough putting on like. I mean, obviously they got it down to about 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, when at first it was like twice as much.
8. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like at least they've like got the process down, but at the same time you're still sitting in a chair for 4 hours. And you're still like hot. You're still, because no matter what, that stuff's not going to breathe, and you're gonna. I mean, obviously it helps because he can totally just. I mean, I still love. That's what I loved about the first one when I would be like, I would just show that first image of him that we got of him in the rain. Yeah. And I would show people that. I'm like, can you tell me what actor that is? And people would be like,
Richard Kind.
Yeah, or like, who the fuck? They'd be like, no. Let's Colin Farrell. I'm like, no, it's not. It's fucking Colin Farrell. And it would just totally just be, what the fuck? And I think that's what the brilliance of casting Colin Farrell in that, because, Colin Farrell is a good-looking Irishman. It's like he's a good-looking dude. He's always been a stud kind of guy. And to hide him in all that, and it's just, some people are like, oh, they could have just hired an actor. Jesus Christ, I'm like, no, there's a brilliance to it, and he's a good actor as well. He's, he was the pretty boy when he first showed up on the scene, but then obviously, the older you get sober, you take your work seriously, and he's been in a lot of good serious movies since. And it's like, yeah, it's just cool to kind of see something like that, especially when you could see what Matt Reeves is trying, the aesthetic that he was trying to create in his world, where it's almost like Dick Tracy-esque, not too much, but it's like, hey, well, why not make some of these characters like, let's put some makeup on their face where they, it's grounded, but they got a certain look to them or something,
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of cool when it comes to that. What's happening, Paul?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Yo.
Hey, Paul.
We're just talking some of the Batman casting announcements.
Right. So, let's see. It's Scarlett Johansson.
Okay, we're getting there. Let's not jump ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if we were.
Jeez, Paul, you come in and you try to take over.
Yeah, no. We were just kind of like, I was, obviously the first day he was announcing the returning cast, which obviously Pattinson, Wright,
Colin Farrell, Andy Serkis.
Danny Serkis, Jesus Christ. I was like, man, my brain just went to, and then of course Colin Farrell. So we're just kind of talking about Colin Farrell right now at the moment, and his presence in this world and how awesome it is.
Yeah. So I don't know where you guys land. I mean, I am very big on the Matt Reeves universe, but I personally enjoyed the Penguin show more than I did the Batman movie, even though I don't think the Batman movie is bad or anything like that. I think I like the Penguin show a lot more. Where do you guys land? Are you about even? Are you leaning one towards the other?
Like even for me.
I like the Batman a little more, yeah. But the Penguin was good.
I think the Penguin opens up the world a bit better.
Yeah.
But you don't get that without the movie.
That's fair.
It's apples to oranges to me. Just, yes, it's the same world, but I like both for different reasons, in the sense of a deeper character study of a singular villain at that point.
Right.
Penguin, but Batman, it gives me a different take on a character that I've lived and breathed my entire life. So they both serve different purposes for me.
To me,
there's more time in the series to
We have 2 hours. Breathe a little bit more. Yeah.
On a movie, you have an entire. Same thing with Watchmen. I don't think the Watchmen TV show was better than Zack Snyder's Watchmen, or vice versa. But there's just more time. You couldn't do the squid scene in the movie because you didn't have the time and the context to build it up, whereas you had 9 episodes in the show to do so. So that's where it kind of balances out for me.
Okay.
To me,
I get that.
To me, what's weird is that, like, I always go to the Batman and the Penguin examples. Like, this is how you do a movie and a show that are connected, but by themselves stand on their own. I had someone watch the Penguin, never seen the Batman, and they did the show. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, by the way, this guy, he shows up in the movie prior to it. Like, what? Like, yeah. And I think he's better in the Penguin, but like, that's an example of, like, you could do 2 projects interconnected back to back, but they stand on their own. You don't have to see the other to get the other, and that goes a long way.
Right. Yeah. No, I definitely felt that the Penguin was one of the better things in the in the movie. So I was glad to know that there was going to be a spinoff. But even I didn't expect the spinoff to be as good as it actually was. But yeah, no, I think you guys all make good points and good arguments to counter my point or agree on that point. So
I wouldn't say countering. It's just
it's just what do you prefer?
Perspective on things. Yeah.
Also, Sophia Falcone, man, I was so happy for Christine with the material she was given and the fact that and again, I love the show, but it's her episode that I'm like, yo, that was the episode that I'm like, I think if you're gonna nominate it for an episode for an Emmy, that's the episode to do. I think the Hangwoman, whatever her name was, and kudos to her. And again, we're gonna see Oz in the movie, but where's Sophia? What about that letter she got at the end? I want to know more about that now. And I'm like, yo, please do something with that. Don't waste that. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, right. No, it's she knocked it out. She knocked it out, and she definitely was she was a scene stealer. She almost stole the show. Yeah, and that's what you needed though. And it as much as we were like, okay, let's see where Oz ends up going. It just helped that Sophia also moved that show along so well, and help expand the world and the lore of Batman and everything. Yeah, she knocked it out. And I'm like, I'm hoping obviously we were hearing that, there's gonna be a trilogy, and if there is gonna be a third movie, she's definitely got to return, right? There's no way you don't just leave her where she's at, especially with the note that she got. And like you said, it's like, and then especially because it doesn't seem like Selena is going to be in this one either. It's like, all right, save it for the third one. It's fine. Build up some more, expand the world a little bit more, and then bring them back. There's nothing wrong with that. And then of course, the mayor is Miss Beale, right? Beale, that's what her name.
Bella Royale.
Yeah. What is it?
By Jamie Lawson. Yeah, Bella Real.
Yeah. Real, not Beale. Yeah. Why did I think Beale? That was so stupid. Of course, we see this scene where, obviously he's reaching out and she grabs. So obviously, we figured she would be back because after surviving that madness and being elected, it's so that's obviously we knew that. We even saw, didn't we see her? She wasn't in the Penguin series, but we saw posters of her, right? Or banners or whatever. Yes. It was scattered around. So we knew that. And then of course, everybody was freaking out. It was like Officer Martinez.
Hey, Mr. Wayne.
Hey, Mr. Wayne. Of course, he uses that gif right there where it's and it's funny because there is there's a funny
Twitter account.
Twitter account. Yeah.
That is Officer Martinez. And it was like everybody was tagging him hey, you're back. And
I would venture to guess that, the only other character to appear in both projects was Chief Bach.
Yeah.
I would have to imagine he might come back too. But
probably. Which there is a Twitter account that's based off that one too. It's probably the same guy.
Probably.
But and then of course because he was sad that he's like, am I next? It was a funny thing. But it was of course Officer Martinez, because he pushed back against Batman. He wasn't liking all that stuff, and then of course helped him ended up kind of helping at the end figure out what the hell the Riddler was doing a little bit. And then of course memory was more tomorrow, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then we get to Thursday, and that's where we finally get the new cast members, and the first one right away is Scarlett Johansson. And I love the fact that he used a gift from Under the Skin. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. That movie, I haven't seen it. Crazy fucking movie. Do yourself a favor to watch it. It's a artsy, weird alien movie. She's an alien, and it helps that she's fully naked in it. So just saying, I'm not trying to oversell the thing, but
hallelujah.
I watched Jurassic World Rebirth because of her. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. So we thinking Poison Ivy, right, boys? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
The street said Gilded Dent. That's what the street said.
That's been the whole thing about. The whole thing is and so
I say it's Harley Quinn.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Next exit, Gotham. Welcome. So this is where he's just welcoming, and yeah. So I mean, yeah, Gilda Dent. It seems like it's going to be, and then right after that, it was like everybody's like, wait, well, what's the Sebastian Stan gif? I have not seen this movie. It's called like We Live in a Castle. I don't know, or something like that. I can't even remember the title of the movie that he used. Something about living in a castle. We lived in a castle or some shit like that. Judging by the silence, I'm sure you guys did not see that movie either, or even heard of it.
No.
It sounds familiar, but I do not believe that I've seen it.
I'm trying to remember the full title of it, but yeah, I mean, I'm so glad he didn't just use a Winter Soldier. You know, I mean, obviously Reeves could have
used Tommy Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would have been interesting.
He could have did that with Scarlet and used a Black Widow one, but it's like, nah, he's gonna go for the movies that they, you know.
I think that'd be more surprising if he did do that.
Yeah, that would not. I don't think that would. I think people would have been like, "Why are you fucking using the Marvel stuff?" Yeah, so he knew exactly what he was doing. You know, so obviously Stan playing Harvey Dent, which we already knew. We already saw that he was training, and of course we keep on hearing that. Oh yeah, there's some ambitious stuff in here, and I'm just kind of wondering like how ambitious they get with Harvey Dent. I kind of like
he's just going to be the DA. I'm going to bet he's just the DA for this series.
Yeah,
like they don't do a Two-Face thing.
Not
See,
this
I
movie.
went the opposite. It's called We Always Lived in the Castle. Thank you, Pantera DZ out there. I went the opposite, and I'm like, watch like Harvey Dent puts on a mask that's got like a double thing, and he's going out at night beating up fucking thugs too to rival Batman.
Yeah,
I'm like, that'd be ambitious.
There's like a bonus if you put Two-Face in the Batman movie eventually.
I mean, no matter what, you have to put a Harvey Dent. It's part of
you can have him as a DA, but
the question is always, does Bruce know him already? Are they friends?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask.
Yeah,
that's to me. Yeah,
how close are they gonna be in a like?
I hope that they're already friends.
I've been saying for a long time, like the sequel was absolutely going to have Harvey Dent in it, purely based on how the events of the first movie ended. Like it was a given.
Well, and then of course, what the material.
The question was, would Two-Face be there?
Yeah,
that was my biggest question. I hope they stray away from that. Yeah, I'm just hoping that they stray away from that, and he's part of the corruption. He's part of trying to fix corruption and Court of Owls type of situation. But yeah, the way I viewed between Penguin and this. There's just so many other people that you could do besides Two-Face that would fit much better. Harvey Dent is essential to the storyline of the corruption of Gotham. Two-Face is not.
Yeah, that's something Batman and Bruce have to deal with internally. Like, wow, even one of my best friends, one of my oldest friends, like I can't turn him. He has to do it on his own, and it depends on what they take. Eventually, if they do Two-Face, like, is he responsible or not? And yeah, like again, when you bring up another cast member, even the way they introduce that cast member, I'm like, that I would bet money on Court of Owls stuff now if they're doing that just based on a gift. But that's gonna be very interesting to see how deep they go with Harvey and the corruption of Gotham.
Court of Owls fits the vibe that Reeves puts on.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine a Two-Face that would even be worth it at that point, because if you ground that character down, then it's not Two-Face. And so yeah, I mean, the Riddler, the Zodiac thing that they did with Riddler, there's things you can do with Mr. Freeze. Like if you watch season 1 of Dexter, the Ice Truck Killer, there's a lot of ways you could do that. With Two-Face, I'm just like that, and I'm tired of seeing Two-Face on screen every fucking generation of Batman movies. I think Two-Face bonus. You know?
Yeah, I'm more in the camp, and I agree more with the idea that you have to build up Harvey a lot more. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Dark Knight did it pretty well for the most part and made it work for that plot and everything. But even Batman the Animated Series, we got a few episodes with Harvey first before we got Two-Face, and I think the Two-Face turn hurt a lot more for longtime viewers because Harvey, for the most part, is a relatively like good man, and then Gotham and his own psychosis and a lot of other things affect and change him into this criminal kingpin, basically. So
and they could still play on the fact that he has like a dueling personality that he's struggling with, but they don't have to full on go Two-Face. but they could still have big bad Harv or something like that. Something when it comes to that, they could still have him struggling with like this other personality, and maybe that's what Matt Reeves will do, as opposed to like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do the whole Two-Face thing. No, maybe the Two-Face thing will just be him and his dueling personalities, as opposed to the aesthetic of Two-Face, which that could be an ambitious thing too. Where it's like,
well, how he becomes Two-Face, if he does become Two-Face in this movie, is already going to be different because both Maroni and fuck, what's the other one from the
Falcone?
first film? Falcone, thank you. Yeah, they're dead. So whether it's acid, by whatever means they physically scar him, it's going to be from somebody different. It's going to be different if they even go down that route. But I think the only other time it's ever been done in live action was the show Gotham Knights, where they show Misha Collins as Harvey Dent, and he literally has like episodes where he's Harvey, and then he has episodes where he's Harvey,
big bad,
and they don't scar him until the end of the season. But even then, like, so he still has like these episodes of like he's not quite his normal self. So, I mean, Sebastian Stan's a very talented actor. I absolutely could see him struggling with like that dual personality. So we'll see. I trust Matt Reeves and Mattson Tomlin. I've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. Not to jump ahead, but I am curious because I believe that Charles Dance is supposed to be playing.
That's where I was going to get to right now.
Yeah.
That he's playing his dad.
Right. And it's been a while since I've read Long Halloween, but as we know, that's a huge inspiration on Matt Reeves. But I believe they deal with the idea of Two-Face being based a lot in childhood abuse from when he was a kid.
It is.
So I think they think
good actor to have as his father. And that's the thing, is like when I kept on when we already were hearing and it wasn't fully confirmed that Stan was going to be Harvey Dent, when I saw people complaining like Harvey Dent or Two-Face again, and I'm like, guys, we haven't seen it like this where we have his wife, we have his father, where now you're getting a totally different version of this. You're not gonna this is not the version, this is not just, oh yeah, I mean, we got the Batman Forever, whatever fucking Tommy Lee Jones was doing with that. We got that version. We got the Harvey Dent in Batman '89, but we didn't get much.
Yeah, Billy D. Williams.
Yeah, we didn't get much. We didn't get no backstory. It was just that's Harvey Dent, and then we got the Aaron Eckhart version,
which was shoehorned into that movie.
Yeah, he did a good job, but it was
he did a good job, but every time I saw him on the screen, I'm like, where's Heath Ledger? And I don't think it's anything against Eckhart. It's just sometimes when you have that movie gravitates around Heath Ledger, whether he's on the screen or not. I don't really give a fuck about Two-Face in that movie.
I know, but I think it worked because it was he was supposed to be the White Knight, and Bruce was like, oh, this is the guy that's going to get me out of the suit, and then the Joker fucking he brought him down to his level kind of thing. And I think that's why it worked for the most part. But like I said, we haven't seen it in this where we're getting the family now. It's like, you're getting a Dent like extended family here. And we're going to, so I think like, and then Charles Dance just being that, I mean, it's going to be good.
I really hope they dive into the Dent family outside of just Harvey doing his work in the public eye, and then not just the Dents, but like don't just throw that thing of like the Waynes and the Arkhams have history with Gotham since the inception of the city. Like, no, dive into that. Like, okay, how far are the roots between all these families in this city?
That's where the Owls comes in. I think that's going to be where I think they're going to connect all that.
Bro, man,
That's where Dent is relevant to me. He's more relevant with the connections like that going back in the history of Gotham than he ever could be as Two-Face in this movie. If they are indeed using, I hope they're using. I don't have any inside, but I hope it's supportive of it.
That's why that gif of Charles Dance coming out of the shadows, like I was like, that is a very Owl thing, and like I think I told you, Dave, that like I want to see shots throughout part 2 of just rooftop shots of just Batman like walking or doing something. And they don't mention owls, but it's just you feel the notice like, oh, if they ever do owls, there's
like a little bit of like something
setup. Yeah. They're watching, the owls are watching, or they're listening. Just like
Yeah, I know it's gonna be interesting.
What if they like the whole Dent family, like they do the backstory in the Batman Part 2, how far they go back, and then towards the end they kind of lean into Harvey Dent's like what he does as a district attorney and stuff like that in a TV series or TV show.
Yeah, they could. I mean, you never know what could be spun off.
Penguin. They could be Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what could be spun off when it comes to this, and how much more of this world is going to be extended. I mean, they've already talked. There's already been rumored that Catwoman was going to get her own little thing, and we could see what Selina's doing during this time, and that's why she's not here. And then Sophia could end up showing up in that series too, and then everything just meets up with the grand finale in the Batman Part 3. That's what I'm kind of hoping. It's like, yeah, keep on extending it. Do more. It's nothing wrong. Do we need a Joker series? No,
I want a Catwoman series. So I want to.
Dude, imagine a show or a movie called The Cat and the Falcon. Be like Sophia Falcone and Selena Kyle.
That's a good idea. You should trademark that.
That's fine.
So
I want 2 cents on that.
I know that he wasn't part of the cast list, but considering the events of the first film obviously inspired the events of the second film, I don't know how you do this movie without acknowledging Paul Dano as the Riddler in some fashion.
Oh yeah, he's got to be in there somewhere.
He's got to be. He absolutely will be. And Barry Keoghan has even said, or Keoghan, sorry, even he's like, I can't talk about Part 2.
Yeah.
So they're probably
going to be in there somewhere.
Yeah. It's just in a very limited capacity, I'm sure.
Yeah. Limited capacity. And then all of a sudden we get some okay, now then it was like after they announced Charles Dance, it was like, all right, what the fuck's going to be next? Because we do not know anything else. We already knew about those three. Those three were already heavily out there. Mm-hmm. And then we get Sebastian. We get another Sebastian. Coach, is that what his last name is?
Coke,
something like that.
Coke.
I think it's pronounced Coke. German.
Yeah, Coke. Okay, because I've seen this guy in things, but I'm not too familiar with him, and it was just but the gift that Matt Reeves chose is he's putting down a gun, and then the camera pans to him, so immediately people are like, is he Bullock? And I'm like, I think he's a little too old for Bullock.
Joe Chill. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Joe Chill comes back.
Kite Man.
Yeah. But yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Who do we think he is? Do you think he might be a main villain? Do you think he's part of the GCPD?
Could be Talon. I don't know.
You think?
Too old.
Yeah.
It depends on how he frames his story, because I could say, well, now that guy's too young or too old, but I don't know what Matt Reeves has as far as how his perception of this. So I'm hoping, more of it's hope, biased hope, that there's talent in there somewhere. There's got to be in this movie.
He's 63 years old, so he's up there. So it's like, who is he playing? It's like, I don't know. It's just
so why are we 60?
That doesn't seem like it's going to be Bullock. Doesn't seem like it's going to be Bullock. But and I'm like, yeah. So it's just
Freeze.
You think he's going to
be Freeze? That would be awesome.
Some people said that.
That'd be cool.
People said that. There's always been the whole thing about Mr. Freeze, and it's
he looks like Mr. Freeze.
He could be Mr. Freeze.
Freeze bodies, man, just posing them.
Locked and loaded for Gotham. But I mean, it's just the gift that he chose. Matt Reeves totally didn't give any indication.
I haven't seen the gift that he chose. I only know the names so far.
Yeah, and I'll show you. Just but like I said, it's very it's cop-like. It's it's very undercover. Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's so it just doesn't give. I mean, you think there'd be a little
use
bit.
A freeze gun, lock and load.
Yeah, could be that.
Maybe Bullock, maybe.
Yeah.
The rumor is that
it's the next one, which is Brian Tyree Henry. Yeah. Yep. And I like him. I like him as an actor, and I'm like, well, I mean, Maybe. Then I was like, there's also like maybe he's a Lucius. Also, there could be.
Apparently, Reeves liked to tweet in regards to Brian Tyree Henry possibly being Bullock.
Yeah.
So
was it a tweet or was it an Instagram comment? I don't know. He liked something.
Which one, but
he liked something.
One of them. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that would be an interesting dynamic between him and Wright.
Oh, totally.
Of course, people will lose their minds.
That'd be awesome.
He's got 3 people from the MCU in this movie between Brian Tyree Henry, Scarlett Johansson, and Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, he does.
And Brian T. Henry was in Joker, so it's like it's fascinating. Here's another DC project that you're
in. Who is he in Joker?
He's the one who finds out Arthur's files, and Arthur's like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh yeah, that's right. Wow, I forgot about that.
He's already been welcomed into the world. But yeah, so his character is also up in there. So the last 2 are just like, who the fuck? And then I mean, I was hoping that we were gonna get a new costume test video. I was like, oh, show the new costume, and him, and Pattinson just comes out of the shadows, and you have the fucking dun 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 dun, But we didn't get that because then all of a sudden he just, the last thing he tweeted was, "See you all in Gotham, ... soon."
Dude, if we get something at Comic-Con, that whatever footage or thing is gonna light a fire up everybody's ass.
Like, I hope they fix that jawline. That's all I'm asking. I hate the jawline of that costume. Everything else about the Batman costume, the 2 guns, it's really cool. And the gauntlets that when they can block bullets, so when he's punching you with those are doing some massive damage. But yeah, that jawline, that cowl going all the way back, drives me crazy.
I think he's going to be filming the movie. I think there's
probably
a reason there's like a strict mandate of like, you only go to Comic-Con if you want to.
Yeah, he's going to be maybe they'll show something. Maybe they could have something. I don't know.
I mean, Michael Giacchino is going to be there, so maybe they do something with the music of like, we won't show footage, but here's a track you can hear for Batman Part 2, and it's like, what if that alludes to stuff or whatnot? Yeah, like, and also, related to Batman, Cape Crusader. I hope to God Cape Crusader has a presence at Comic-Con.
I don't see how it does.
I don't think it'll be in Hall H, but I think it'll have a presence.
It should be in Hall H.
They did that in 2024. That was aggravating.
Yes.
They did that Cape Crusader thing at the same time they were doing the other one.
The Penguin.
Yeah, you had to flip a coin and which one you wanted to do. It's like, damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really... you know what's weird? And people were like... And I get it. People are like, why is it taking so long for Part 2? But I'm like, you know what? We got the Penguin. I'm okay with waiting. Batman's everywhere. I'm okay with waiting. And so, like, when this movie comes out, the first teaser hits, it's gonna be like, finally, we're going back to this neck of the woods of DC. And
well, we would have gotten it sooner if James Gunn didn't push forward his fucking Superman movie. But that's beside.
But I'm okay with that. Again, like I said, Batman's everywhere. So Batman, it shouldn't be, the knee-jerker thing of like, oh, another Batman movie. Instantly say no. Especially with Matt Reeves, give him his time. If he wants to take his time, he's earned, by this point, with Between the Apes, Cloverfield, and the first Batman movie, he's earned his time to put out the movie when it is ready. And
I mean, look at the excitement it built. Like I said, I mean,
yes.
You look at the engagement and the views on these tweets. I mean, they're big, they're huge, people are excited. I mean, it is kind of crazy because, Robert Pattinson turned 40 yesterday or the day before.
Yes.
And I'm like, when he got cast as Batman, he was 33.
Yeah.
Back in 2019, he got cast as Batman. He was 33. Now he's 40. I mean, he's aged very well, and then, of course, you get the whole, part of the discourse.
He's about to have a really banger year between the Odyssey and Dune Part 3.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I mean, it's so fun, but but then naturally when you get like people like, oh yeah, but they say that Cavill can't be Superman. I'm like, yeah, I know there's people that say that, but stop complaining. It's like, stop doing that. And then there people were comparing it to like Affleck. Affleck was almost the same age when he got cast. I was like, yeah, but this is different because obviously you're talking about 2 different versions of Batman. Zach aged up Affleck, he wanted an older Batman. That's why he wears it's not his real hair, ladies and gentlemen, and they put the gray in it. for Bruce Wayne. He wanted to age him up. Like he was even saying like, oh yeah, he might even be like 50s, and whatever. Even in BVS, like yeah, he's in his late 40s, early 50s. It's like when it comes to Pattinson, first of all, Pattinson has a youthful vibe still, and it's like he's 40 now, but he's still he's still holding out. And I don't know. I just always hate when people are always doing the comparisons and like, oh, so and so they say that, but it's like, okay, but this is a whole different world. And yeah, it sucks because again, when Pattinson got the role, he was 33, and we're here and when we finally see the movie, he'll be 41. So it's like 8 years like in between, essentially. So since he was cast. So but part of that was also COVID. We have to remember that COVID was a factor where they had to stop production, and there was that also was a factor. We have to remember that. So it's all crazy, but at the same time, the excitement is there, and it's cool. It's with that, and people are excited that there is going to be a Superman and a Batman movie, although not connected, that come out next year. So we've never had that, which is kind of interesting.
There's a Superman movie coming out. Give me the Lanterns. Listen, if the rest of this shit is great, it's a bonus. It's like when you get an extra prize in the cereal box when you're a kid. If Lanterns is great, then everything else is going to seem great to me. Just give me the Lanterns.
Yeah.
Can't wait for Lanterns, boy.
Which, there was a whole spread on Entertainment Weekly when it came to that.
Oh, those photos, man. Woo!
Yeah, and that synopsis really helps narrow down what they're doing. R.I.P. Hal, but that really tells you exactly what they're going to do. And as much as I don't like the nonlinear storytelling, if it's done right, it works. It's not done right often, but if it's done right, it works. And I can see where they're kind of going with this, just on the little tidbits that they're given, and how where Pierre is cast later on in other movies. So I can't wait to get to this. I wish it was tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because now I'm wondering, because obviously what we've seen, because there's two time periods. One part is in 2016, so 10 years ago. And the other part is currently in 2026. Story begins with the shooting, obviously, in the small rural town, and Hal Jordan's convinced it was an alien incident. So it's like, all right. And then obviously, they say that Stewart's an anomaly, and Hal is training him, and of course he's not wanting to exactly. But I'm kind of wondering, okay, so are we seeing the 2016, or are we seeing the 2026? What are we seeing?
I'm thinking by the time the 2016 is flashbacks from 2016. I think whatever happened to Hal, it's already happened at the beginning of the series, and John Stewart is flashing back because there's a connection between both time periods that he has to figure out now.
Okay,
that's just a guess on what I can see. There's not a lot there.
Not a bad idea.
I'm ready.
Yeah, and then of course there's the training that Hal got from Sinestro is going to be part of the story too. So that's where he plays a role in it. I know it's going to be interesting.
I hope they don't go full color spectrum. That's a lot of weight to put on a show that's just getting off the ground. I know the temptation is there, but I hope they don't go down that road. We have one other color there because obviously you're probably going to have Sinestro in that history. But I don't need black. I don't need that yet. That's good. That's a lot to deal with, depending on how much time these episodes are and how many episodes we're getting each season. If we're getting a season 2, 3, So, but the fact that Sinestro is in there is intriguing because that whole they're not doing anything in outer space. I don't think Sinestro is from San Bernardino. I think he's from another fucking planet. So,
what was that big giveaway?
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I trust Damon Lindelof. Anybody who hasn't watched Watchmen, just if you have any doubts on if this guy can tell a superhero story, watch that show, and then go ahead and watch Leftovers.
Right.
Don't do it if you don't want to be depressed, because every inch of that show is a depressing mindfuck.
That's what I heard.
Watch, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant show, and this guy, as soon as I heard he was on it, I was down. I was ready.
Yeah, same. I mean, and him, Tom King is in there. The guy from Ozark is in it. Again, a lot could happen between now and August, but if you're a betting man in Vegas, I'm feeling confident putting down money and be like, yep, I think we got something good going here. Like they have to go out of the way to drop the ball.
Here, I'll do it. Yep.
Yeah, and like again, besides that one joke that was taken out of context and like they didn't realize what he was kidding. It's like the dude is a nerd. They're all nerds. It's like
him having to apologize that is an indictment on fans.
It was such
that embarrassed me as a geek that he had.
Well, like I said, there's people that are actively wanting to, you know, everything that comes out, they're like they want to just they're playing dumb and being like, see, not even the creator, you know, knows anything about this or the showrunner and blah blah blah. They just wanted to do it just because that's ammunition.
You know what? You don't have to love the project. Everybody goes to a shitty job sometimes, but you don't have to. Loving the IP isn't a prerequisite for being able to do the IP. You just have to be able to do your job as a writer, screenplay, and all that. And then you got advisors. You got people around you that are executive producers on this thing. But not everybody is going to be a hardcore geek. Some people are just going to take the paycheck, and they're really good at doing their job once you pay them. Lindelof is different though because they've seen what he can do with superheroes. I don't know why people are doubting him, but
and he did that with Watchmen, right? Like half the room knew Watchmen, and half the room did not know Watchmen at all. And it's like
exactly.
All right,
nobody knew Black Wall Street, which was fucking.
Sadly, yeah, that still aggravates me. I'm like, really? High school history class and middle school class?
He opens up the damn show with that.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there with a group of people watching it live, and I'm stunned because I'm like, dude, we don't get this in taxpayer classes, and you're getting it on an HBO TV show, and it's brutal the way they showed it.
Yeah.
They didn't hold back,
Based on a comic book show, it's like of all things to like bring that to the light, besides, other stuff that I think Ta-Nehisi was bringing up here and there, but like, yeah, man, it's I'm pumped for it. And like I think I read a little bit of like the passages with these photos from Entertainment Weekly, and I think one of the directors of the show was like, the show is about Green Lanterns. There's green in it, and it's like to each people like, trust us, we're not. There's gonna be green in there. There's gonna be constructs. Just wait. Let us finish the editing. Yeah,
this is not Hal Jordan. I'm like, dude, he's been around 65 years. Which Hal Jordan are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one that was in the last pages of 48, 49, and 50 when they were about to cancel the book again? That Hal Jordan who was going to bring back Coast City with his ring? That Hal Jordan?
Oh, the Conrad introduction? Yeah.
Parallax?
Yeah. Which, by the way, hey, Damon Lindelof, if you're watching Film Junkie, like and subscribe. Please.
We're pumped, man. Yeah, I'm pumped.
Lindelof, cool. Good writer.
Please.
Great showrunner. Watchmen was awesome.
Yeah,
What's up too?
Lindelof is pretty much the only reason.
Parallax, please don't do Parallax. Fill in something else.
Yeah,
Lindelof is pretty much the only reason that I'm invested in the Lantern show. Pretty much at this point. I mean, I know a lot of the others and stuff, but Lindelof is pretty much it. Like, I haven't watched The Leftovers, but Watchmen was one of the best superhero TV shows of the last decade, in my opinion. I think the budget could have been a little higher on it in some ways, but you could tell that the people behind that show, were invested in the source material, that they cared about it, and like that this was its own continuation, but it was as much its own thing as a love letter to the original source. It was a very, very unique project and stuff like that. But yeah, I liked it a lot.
And I love his admittance of like
explaining. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, William. Go ahead.
They do a better job of explaining the nature of Dr. Manhattan. In that show, the way, because remember in the book, even in the comics, they actually, in my opinion, do a better job of explaining how Dr. Manhattan perceives time, because they can actually show you when he's talking to Lou Gossett Jr. and all three, and that's how he knows, and I won't spoil it, that a certain person something has to happen to them, because he's living it. So when he's affecting things in his past, it's all happening to him at once. And they were telling you that in the comic book, but you couldn't really perceive it until Lindelof showed you to it in that show.
Right. Yeah. And I'm someone that loves the Zack Snyder, Watchmen movie as well. That opened my, when I was really getting into comics at that time, I had Dark Knight, which helped me get into Long Halloween, and then of course I read the Watchmen novel before I went to go see the movie. But I appreciated both works and everything. And the Watchmen TV show is just an extension of that by doing something entirely different, but still keeping to the source. It's just, So anyway, Lindelof doing Lanterns, I think, will be different and unique, but I'm willing to give it a shot. And you guys know how I feel about the DCU in general, so I think that's saying a lot for that show. So yeah.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think like when Chris Mundy was like answering questions and putting some things out there, I think like some people were like, "Oh, so it's like that." It's like, "Oh yeah, just give it a shot, give it a shot." But let's talk about the
Punisher.
The one last kill.
Let me tell you what, Dave.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you one thing.
Very interesting.
44-minute mind fuck, man. By the way,
44.
First show I've ever seen where every round that left that man's gun represented a dead body. He did not fucking miss that entire time.
He was on point.
One time.
He wasn't trained by the A-team now. We don't fire at the ground.
Not moving targets, still targets, elevated targets. He was killing fools with an SK or AK-1, whatever that was. Yeah. That's not a stable weapon. Every bullet, dead guy.
Yeah. Dude, when he fell off and he shot that guy in midair, I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm like, he hit him. They were both moving targets and he hit him.
Yeah,
I don't even know what the point of the show was, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is like some people are just like, what is the point? Because, we already seen, people are saying like, we've already seen Frank Castle with his demons. I'm like, well, that's just Frank Castle. It's like, no matter what, anytime he like he when he figures out a purpose, and then all of a sudden, like when the mission's complete, guess what? The demons come back, and. So yeah, we got a lot of that. We got a lot more than I thought it was gonna be. I thought they were gonna like, oh yeah, there's gonna be demon like from the trailer. I was like, maybe like 10 minutes. But no, it actually was like 20 minutes, like 15, 20 minutes of like him just like, and then of course going through the part of town that he's at and stuff like that.
The project,
like, and just him just walking through and just to get a cup of coffee, and establishing like, oh yeah, they're just establishing things. And then of course when what's her name shows up,
Mama Ganucci.
And then just basically goes like, yeah, remember what you did? Well, guess what? Now you're fucked, because at the same time you're gonna, and then it was like, oh, here we go. We're finally here. And then once it did, it was just pure fucking madness for what?
She made it to the episode with her arms and legs. That was my only.
Yeah.
I took a star off the rating for that. No,
yeah. Well, maybe eventually.
Yeah. I wanted more of her. Yeah.
That was the mom from fucking Who's the Boss, right? That was the
yes.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen her
Angela
do this fight since then. So yeah.
Yeah.
That was some crazy shit, boy.
I know. I was like,
the dog scene. We were watching it because we were doing a watch. Like, as soon as the dog scene happened, everybody wanted that. You knew that guy was dead, and you just didn't know how.
Yeah, I was like, don't, I'm like, Jesus Christ!
Bernthal played a part. He handed the dog off to him.
I know. When you saw the behind the scenes,
yeah, I love that scene. He's like, here's a ride.
John Bernthal was acting like a crew member. I mean, that's cool. I love the fact that Bernthal was like so engraved into like this whole thing. From writing and just everything, and I mean, he helped get it. But yeah, that was funny seeing it. But yeah, it's like, oh, no, not that. Oh, and it was like, I know, and that a lot of people were like, why? It's like, well, I mean, if you're just gonna go for it, you're gonna go for it. And of course, obviously, the guy gets his comeuppance, but I mean, yeah, the whole thing.
Go to the back movie, another moving target.
But I mean, yeah, when the madness goes, the madness just goes. And I mean, when I saw people's early actions where they're saying like, oh yeah, it ends up turning into like the raid where it's just like Frank's just like in a building and people are just going after him. I'm like, they weren't lying. They weren't lying. It was just once everything started and he was just effing dudes up with everything, including a pen. It was like
a pen.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Only on Disney Plus.
Yeah,
that's on Disney Plus.
So weird, man.
Yep.
I get kudos. I'm like, good. All right, Didn't shy away from that.
Yeah. I think they are going to go away from it though, but I love the fact that we get it out of our system now, because as we start getting the old guard back as far as their demographic goes, you can't. But that Frank that you're going to see in Spider-Man Brand New Day, that's Big Bird Frank. So you're not going to see the Frank that we saw. You can't see that Frank.
It ain't just Frank. And then it was kind of cool that I didn't know that John Bernthal's actual daughter was playing his.
Yeah, that was
daughter.
Obviously, it's hard to watch that scene now again. I'm like, oh no, that's actual family, like right there.
I mean, even with the flashbacks where it's like, hey, you showed both kids, and then all of a sudden it's like the daughter's like blood starts coming out, like with their
that was.
And then with the son when he's like out in like the diving board, like blood on the head. I was like, Jesus, they did not hold back. It was fucking like, whoa.
And it was the PTSD. A lot of people like, oh, here we go with this again. With a guy like that, it's never going to go away.
That's what I said. I'm like,
it's not supposed to. It's the demons that he's always going to be fighting.
When whatever mission he is doing is done, he's just him by himself with his demons, and then the demons are just going to come back. That's why, like, when people were complaining, like, "Oh, here we go again," it's like, no, this is like what he has to deal with. He's not. What do you think he's doing? Like, he's going on vacation, on some Hawaiian fucking vacation. Like, well, I got done with whatever I was helping out, Red with. Now I'm gonna go out and have some fucking Mai Tais and shit. No, he's locked up, and he's like, that's what they expressed was like. He needs a fucking mission. He needs something to keep him occupied. He is built into him is a fucking soldier now, and he just can't be regular. Even like when he was trying to be a family man and all that stuff, he couldn't even be that. He's programmed to be a soldier,
And we've gone through our third retcon of how many people have been tied to kill his family.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, that's which again, I really liked the special, and Phil knows about this, but like, I wanted more with Mama Ganucci because I feel like that was such a great piece to throw into this. Of like, oh, Frank, like, you're not the only one who lost a family. Like, other people have lost family.
See, that could have been the first half of this, or like it could have just been the special. That could have been the special.
That's why I wanted it longer. I wanted to be like, just do another 15, 20 minutes to do that, or like half an hour, and be like, settle that.
Those arms and legs, damn it.
Yeah, and
get the polar bear in there. Come on, everyone wants to see that.
Because my favorite part of and dude, man, when I saw the 1 batch, 2 batch book, that brought back PTSD from season 2. And to me, my favorite part of this, besides the action and just John being vulnerable, like I can't imagine what it must have been like to be on set, but like, I like how they used his point of view with his kids and how he desperately misses them, but also how they're also, even after death, are the things that keep him going to help. Don't let another kid get lost in fire. Like, I like that angle of like the kid, him being like, I'm gonna go after Mama Nucci, but then her hearing his daughter scream and looking the other way. No, there's a family over there that's gonna get killed. And how about we say one more family? Not to go through what I did. Like, I love that angle.
I mean, there's a balance in the sense of, Punisher's not always just action. You have that. So, I mean, they were trying to strike that balance where you had the, his demons tearing him apart and things like that and going to the action. I think the issue I had with this, again, I enjoyed what I saw for it, but to everyone's point, I wish it was longer. I wish it delved a little more deeper and had a really establishing. But for what this wasn't necessarily for us. This is for reestablishing, like, for people who've never seen the Netflix show. This was the quick and dirty version, the clip note version of what it was.
Yeah, that's why I love the title. But for me, I'm like, what is the last kill?
Yeah,
like that's, and I love the title, but like,
I know. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about it because I know, my dad's into this kind of stuff, but he's not. He's never been into like the Marvel shows. Like he got into the DC shows, and then I was like, my dad's a military man, and I'm like, and he likes John Bernthal, and he's watched the previous Punishers, and I know he hasn't watched the Punisher show yet. And I was like, man, I wonder if I could recommend this to my dad, just to like, hey, your introduction to this version of Frank Castle. And I'm like, I think it could be like an introduction, because you do get you understand where Frank's coming from, and then it's just obviously pure madness. I think they did a good job of like, yeah, this could be somebody's introduction to a point. I mean, yeah, you're not going to get all the stuff that you got with the Punisher series and when he showed up in Daredevil, but I mean, even when you don't even have to like watch the Daredevil stuff, because he's just kind of like, hey, I'm just kind of curious of like, now that the next time we see him, obviously is going to be it's going to be a PG-13 version in Spider-Man. And it's going to be kind of interesting to see because obviously that's supposed to take place. I think he's going to lead him to Daredevil. I think he's going to lead Spider-Man to Daredevil. I don't know. That's just my opinion because it's like, because obviously we saw that Spider-Man is in a, when it comes to the Hand, there is a prison, and
that's where he's
Daredevil's not in there. We
saw where Matt Murdock is, right?
Daredevil ain't in there. He ain't in there.
Yeah, sure. Just like the Toby and Ed. To me, when I watch this, because Disney just doesn't really do shit like this, like on this level. To me, it's like, because you can. I saw it as an ending. I saw it as a gift to the people that they were able to bring over, because I think there's a problem, like I said a couple weeks ago with the Netflix show, is that everybody who watched it thinks everybody else watched it. And it turns out that audience wasn't that big. There are certain things you can carry over because Punisher is transferable in the John Wick era. A guy like that, I don't need to do the homework on that character. I really don't. In order to get, where Daredevil is, the context of Luke Cage, all these other add-on characters, from a show that was aired 10 years ago and ended, back in 2017, 2018, I got to do homework that as an MCU fan, I haven't had to do with all the MCU proper stuff. So I think they're picking and choosing what they can move forward. And you're also consolidating a universe here in a couple years between these next two Avengers movies. So I don't know if we're going to get a lot. I think this was a goodbye, and I loved it. But
it served what it needed to do. To bring, I mean, again, I think Bernthal is right now, for most of us, the quintessential Punisher. And that's not taken away for everything had their own, but I think when it comes down to it, I think whether this is going to be the
Dolph Lundgren guys.
No, I mean, but it brought the depth. Like I'm just at the point right now. The next time I see Punisher outside of Brand New Day, I need that to do something more than what we've gotten now for 3 or 4 times. Like, it just feels like I've enjoyed it, but I need something else with this instead of I'm out of the game. Oh, here I go back in the game. I enjoy it for what it is, but now this is like the 3rd or 4th time. I was like, okay, can we do something else? There's a lot more to Punisher than just this.
You know what I also need? Like, I miss what he went through with season 1 of Born Again. I'm like, hey man, there's a lot of dirty cops still out there, man. Like, don't just go for the gangster. Like, take care of that side as well, because I was thinking about when you see the cop car approach the neighborhood, and then it pulls back, and then you see it on fire, and I wonder if that was an honest, decent cop trying to do right, or was it a crooked cop who was like, nah, not today. I'm not punching in. I'm not gonna take care of stuff in the projects. And like, I wonder what you can do with that angle with Frank now that he's found. I'm not saying he found his center or whatnot, but be like, no, okay, this ain't gonna go away, but maybe there's some good to be done out of this, and it's not just blood, but like, how about we save one more body, we save one more kid, we save one more family. And also, can I say that, like, even though I really like the special, but I didn't love it, this is another, in my opinion, 3 for 3 Marvel Studio specials, and it's just like proof of like,
good.
I'm like, Marvel, this is an avenue that there's a bunch of stuff to do. I'm like, lean into it. Like I miss Werewolf by Night, and so I'm like, what's up with that angle of the MCU? Like, I hope they continue down this road and dive into it. And I'm not afraid to do something longer than 40 minutes or like an hour or whatnot.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to this stuff, they want to limit it to like, hey, it's just a long episode of something, because then it's like, oh, it's just a movie now. I totally agree. And then of course there was the controversial shot of him falling back on that thing, man. And when it was it was so funny, because I remember when I watched it, I'm like, that shot looked a little wonky, but whatever. I didn't think anything much. And then all of a sudden the internet blew up on it, and then Marvel Studios, quick to respond, are like, that was a stuntman. We put John Berthal's face.
It's just bad. It's bad.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, okay, my whole thing was, all right, the what the easiest solution to that is? Don't slow it down and just cut real quick. He hits, cut.
Yeah.
You could have you didn't have to put John Berthal, because when you look at it, especially when people are passing around, like, and it's just looping as a GIF, you go, yeah, like there's like literally like no expression on his face. So it's like, oh yeah, that's what looks wonky. And I was like, and I think the stuntman oversold it when he hits. Like he's just like he's like
PlayStation NPC. Yeah,
he's frailing like a little too much, and I'm like, okay, you oversold the fall, but and then there's no like as he's like frailing around, like Frank's face is just not even is expressionless. So I'm like, that's why it looks wonky. I think everybody thought it was like the whole shot. There was like so much VFX. I'm like, no, there's not. But they should have just like, because it's a cool shot when he like launches over the ledge, shoots the guy. But they could have just like, lands, cut, lands in real time, cut, and nobody would have fucking thought twice about that shot.
I didn't. It was good enough.
I know.
It was good enough.
I get that too. I get that. Yeah.
All these bullets flying.
But I think the fact that it was slow motion and it was such a significant shot where you see the landing and you see like about a second and a half, 2 seconds after, the internet was going to go buck wild on that. And you're doing a face replace. Yeah.
Maybe it's time to stop listening to these guys because just like the Black Panther. Black Panther had one of the worst CGI fight scenes, and guess what? I got up out of that movie loving that movie.
Yeah, it doesn't distract from it. When I saw it, it's like, oh, that really wasn't a good shot. It didn't take away from my enjoyment. It just looked ragdoll-like. I was
Agreed.
like, that could have just been fixed up a little bit more in post, but it doesn't take away from my whole experience. I just kind of laugh at it, saying, "Man, what happened with this one?"
Yeah,
it's what I do with the finale of Mando season 2. I'm like, yeah. In hindsight, and how that moment with that character, for not spoiling it, feels, doesn't take away anything of how I'm feeling about that scene and that ending at all.
It's so silly to me.
Yeah, it's always very silly. I mean, I think for the most part, people like enjoy it. But yeah, that was such an emphasis, and then kudos to John Bernthal for wanting to do most of his own stunts.
Man,
he got lit up on fire.
Yeah,
it's funny too because when that scene was happening, I mean, this is just me, just because I just how things work. When you see him like standing there, I'm like, oh wow, his jeans look a lot thicker, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna get lit on fire right here, and then it does, and I'm like. But it was just, I'm not saying that it was like noticeable, but just my brain went to that. But I was like, oh, good. I was like, but John Bernthal, he actually did get lit on fire. And then when I saw the behind the scenes, I'm like, good on him. He wanted to do as many stunts as possible for this. He didn't do that particular stunt because, that's that was a little too much.
Very more dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, he still lit himself on fire. And I'm like, cool. Good on John Bernthal for doing that.
And that scene with the Louis Armstrong music, I'm like, I love that when you do things so bombastic and kinetic, crazy, and then you put in classic music. I'm like, that is poetry. I was eating up all that, like the sledgehammer and the dude falling into the sledgehammer. Like that was awesome. Also, again, I don't know if you guys know her or I know Phil does, and but shout out to Gotham Geeker. I think that's her handle, Nadia. She was one of the ladies in the Ganucci flashback. Yeah. And I remember being like, what? That's I know her. What? That's so cool for her. But yeah, I would just give her a shout out for that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Always cool.
I'm just gonna say this. I liked it a lot. And after seeing some of the reactions online, I just can't help but just shake my head because I think a lot of Marvel fans and a lot of fans in general really don't know how to set their expectations accordingly, because people act like this should have been a movie or it should have been a fucking TV show. What the fuck ever. Just dumb bullshit, just spewing nonsense online as if their word is fact. And I'm just sick to death of it. Listen, I can understand wanting more of it because that was the fucking point. I get it. I wanted more of it too. It was great. It was, but when it comes to the fact that it was a Marvel television special centered around John Bernthal as the Punisher. It's called One Last Kill because you did an interview about this, and it's pertinent to the idea of like what happens when you finish off your last kill and you have nothing left to kill. And then you go into a deep bender fucking depression, drinking, taking your pills, whatever. That was the point.
Doing pull-ups.
It was a tale of PTSD, right? And for so many people to be like, oh, it should have been wrapped up. It should have had a third act. Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. Shut the entire fuck up. My God. It's like, what did you expect from a Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special? oh, I don't know, Drax and Mantis doing some shenanigans to get Peter Quill a gift. Guess what? That's what happened. What is it? Werewolf by Night. There's 40, 50 minutes of just horrific bullshit pertinent to Marvel comics in that. You know, these are 40, 50 minute television specials. I don't understand why people cannot set their expectations accordingly. That's where I'm at with it. If it leads to more Punisher, cool. I'm happy. Bernthal is arguably the best dude to take on the mantle in fucking years since Thomas Jane. But I don't know. I liked it, but seeing all the bitching and moaning about it online just makes me shake my fucking head. That's where I'm at with it.
No, I get
and
it.
listen, I knew Phil was doing it, and you know we talked a little bit about this in our Discord. And I was like, listen, I get that, I respect it, but I also be like, if we get more, cool, and I want more, sure. But I took the special of like, if this was the last thing we're to get, it would have been nice for me, just for me. And I'm not saying I'm right or I'm factual. I'm saying for me, it would have been nice if we introduced an element that like let's finish that element. It's just instead of leaving it off, be like, till next time, Punisher. You know, like to me, I would have liked a clear bookend to that side of that. Let
me ask you this, Ronan.
Element.
You're surprised at a Marvel Studios project leaving a character on a dangling thread for a future installment.
No, that's
I'm understanding that correctly.
No, and I get what you're saying. I get it, but also again, I'm just taking it like if this was the last thing. I know it's not the last thing, but if it was the last thing, it was a good, because you brought up the Guardians thing. To me, the point was Mantis wanted to give a present to her. Spoiler alert: her stepbrother. She got it at the end. That was the bookend. There was nothing else. It wasn't that like she wants to get married or that. To me, I like that. It felt like a closer bookend with that one. And with this one, especially with what I got, and again, maybe you're right. I had some high expectations because of what I got of the previous specials that to me closed their stories better. And again, if that's all we got of Werewolf by Night, it would be sad as hell, but I would be satisfied. Like, you know what? That was a great ending. I could leave it at that. Same thing with Mantis and Drax. If that was the highlight of what we're gonna get with their stories, I'm okay with that. With this one, I'm like, no, there's too much potential for me. And maybe you're right. Maybe I should set my expectations, but I'm also not going like, you know what? I know how to do the playbook. It's just that's how I felt about it. And to be quite frank, compared to other people who probably trashed it, didn't like it at all, I'm not losing sleep over the stuff that they didn't do that. It's I'm way beyond that angle. It's just that you know what? I want a little bit more. Didn't get it. Oh well.
I guess I'm just kind of sick of people just finding shit to bitch about and finding.
Oh yeah, there was also a thing like he didn't wear the costume. He barely wore the costume.
I had no issue with that at all.
No issue. None.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah.
He didn't put on the fucking skull vest. Fucking
still killed people.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
He punished them.
Yeah.
He said it in Born Again. I don't have time for your candy ass hero shit. As I'm like, go, I get the memo. That's said. As long as you do your battle cry, your let me tell you what or whatever. I'm like, I'm in.
Can't protect your women, Red.
Also,
yeah.
The Punisher is just a character who doesn't really do too much outside of the fact of when he became the Cosmic Herald for fucking Thanos. Like that's a whole other thing.
God, I love that story.
Yeah, that's great. But the Punisher, Frank Castle as a character, he kills evil people. He kills bastards. He kills politically corrupt people. He kills shitty cops. What does he do in his off time? He fucking sits in depression because all he thinks about is his family. So I understand where Chris is coming from, but at the same time, I'm going to pose the question, what more do you really want from a character who is perpetually depressed 90% of the time? I leave it to you. What do you want? Please enlighten me.
It's the same story we've had over and over again, but I've seen a number of different versions of Punisher through the comics that they do have stories where it's more than just I'm questioning whether to do this over again and then I come back. Like I said, we've seen that over and over again, but we have years and years and years of stories where it's more than that.
You also have an inherited character though.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I go back to the fact that when you did those other specials, every one of those characters were inherent, where they were within the storytelling apparatus that was the MCU. Mm-hmm. This tone, everything associated with Born Again, Daredevil, and Daredevil was not theirs. And this is not the money-making tone for them as far as what they've built within their own infrastructure. People point to Deadpool and Wolverine. Neither one of those are MCU proper. If MCU had control of them, you probably wouldn't have gotten those movies to begin with like that. So I think the thing is it's an inherited tone that I don't know where you go next with it anyway, because I don't think they know. And I think they're going to probably look at their numbers from both this and the last 2 seasons of Daredevil. And I really, until season 4 is announced for that show, I'm not going to bank that we're going to see one.
Yeah, I think it's abundantly clear that a character like the Punisher has thrived more on TV than, say, a live action film. But also, I do think Spider-Man Brand New Day is kind of a testing ground to see if Barenthal could do a movie on his own. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, again, I understand what you're
13, or is it going to be an R?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you get a PG-13 getting an R-rated sequel. But even then, I wouldn't even call like Punisher getting his own movie following Spider-Man Brand New Day a sequel. It would be, you know, you could argue a spin-off.
I don't think you could do Punisher as PG-13. I mean, it almost seemed like
it would be a waste.
It seems like even like with the Thomas Jane version, it was like they were trying, because if you watch all the way to the final act, that could be a PG-13 movie, maybe. And then, but then all of a sudden, when he's just like offing dudes, it was like, oh, fuck it, let's just let him unleash. Which I was like, thank God. But but at the same time, it's like, man, you guys really botched up the fucking setting and weird. There was just Thomas Jane was great, but fucking the setting and the story was just. Yikes.
And you know what I need to do? I need to read the Garth Ennis run. I haven't read that yet. I feel ashamed of that.
Oh, yeah. If you like Punisher, you got to read the Garth Ennis stuff.
I got to read that.
Original, but that's about it. I don't have anything else from the Punisher.
And to your point, what you're asking, Phil, like, again, I'm not saying like I hated the special or anything like that. It's just one of those things where I want to see them just try something more than what has been done on screen.
So you're saying you want Cosmic Herald Punisher?
No, I don't. Yes, I would love it just for me personally. But again, when you have a history of characters that you have things you can pull from and homage to or take a idea from, I think highly of Marvel Studios that they can do this. And again, I'm okay with it. I just say like next time we do a solo Punisher, I think we can move beyond like I'm considering retiring.
Not the same play.
They can do it with this Punisher, though. I don't think they can do. First of all, I don't think Barenthal would do that type of Punisher, but I don't think they could it would have to be a brand new Punisher that fits their tone. If you're going to see something other than killing, crushing, and dashing like he's doing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the retirement thing, the retirement angle. I think is like
that's all you can do with this version, though.
I disagree.
I'm not trying to be flippant, but that's literally because the way this character is set up. The way it's set up, going all the way back to the next week, it's a cycle, and that's really all you can really do with this version of the character. Anything else, you literally probably have to get a new actor, get a MCU Punisher.
Have we? I don't recall finishing the show, which is probably bad on my part. Did we leave stuff open ended with Curtis, with his friend, the VA guy?
He's alive.
He's alive.
I'm like, you know what you could do? Handle something where like. Maybe Frank can't find peace and go to a meeting one up, but he finds another vet or someone who's going down the road, and like in his very frank way, like either slaps him around and like take him to Curtis and be like, "Yo, here I got someone who's safe," and tell the guy like, "Don't make me find you on the streets. If not, you're gonna beg Curtis to find you before I do," and like give him that thing like, "Yo, I'm giving you a shot that I don't have right now to make peace. Like, go get the peace. If not, I'm gonna like." Put a bullet in you and give you peace, and do that angle with like. That's why I love that scene when he confronted. The cops had him tied up, but when he confronted them, like them being fanboys, like do that with like pull over a cop or somebody and be like, "What the fuck you doing, dude?
Well, that's why doing?" That's why Curtis, like separated from Frank because he went too far.
Yeah,
and so like he'll love Frank and everything, but he's alive, but he doesn't want anything to do with Frank now.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was like, people were saying, "Oh, is Curtis dead or not?" Like, well, no, this isn't the Curtis that we know. This is Frank's
imagination,
conscious speaking like Curtis, because Curtis would never. The real Curtis doesn't speak to Frank like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I think my friends who were watching it, like the poor vet who got beat up and his dog got taken away from him. Like we were like, Curtis would have took that guy in a heartbeat, and like that would have been a nice thing to bring that whole thing of like Frank be like, I think I need help, man. I need help. It's like, no, like this is my help. I'm doing my way, but this guy needs help, and he probably your way works best for him. So get him help. And again, that's an angle I could see with that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the future of the Punisher is going to. I mean, even Bernthal was like, he was playing coy when they asked, like, what's the future? He's like, can't say anything. Obviously, they can never say anything, but obviously, we're going to see him again in what, a month, 2 months from now?
Yeah.
We're going to see it. And I'm just kind of, like, I talked to, I think I said this on Monday's Film Junkie Live. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, does he direct him to where Daredevil is because of the hand and stuff like that? Who knows? I don't know. It's going to be all pretty crazy when we see what happens in Spider-Man Brand New Day. But, yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, I think the Punisher One Last Kill did its job. I saw mainly positivity. With some I saw some negativity where people thought it was pointless. What the fuck is this, that, and this? And, their grievances were just kind of like, like stupid stuff like, oh yeah, he was, we saw this shot of him in his fucking costume. I'm like, it's just a fucking it's not it's not like that where it's not like he's not a superhero. It's like he's a dude who wears a vest that has a skull on it.
He's Dirty Harry. That's who he is.
It's like just because you didn't see the skull for most of the time, it's like, it's just bad.
My favorite scene of John Bernthal's Frank Castle will always be that rooftop scene with Matt in the suit. Like that is
cool.
And I love this. I love him in the suit. I love him in action. But that scene, he was not wearing the suit, and it was all about ideology. And like that is the cream of the top for me. Like,
mine was season 1, episode 4, where he comes down to visit him in his basement after Foggy's
killed.
That's Foggy. And that's why it's so sad that this show doesn't have the viewership. But I understand why it doesn't, because you got to be watching a scene like that. That scene was powerful.
Yeah, man.
Like, he got life. He's like, did old Foggy get life?
He came back for that too. He came back after the rework because he wasn't going to come back when it was the original 2 showrunners.
Yeah. Who were going to make a different tone, which even though I'm happy that they went with this one, I understand why that was part of the thought process, given the viewership. I understand why that was part of the conversation, even though I'm happy that they went with the route that they did. I understand more now than I did when I first heard about it.
Yeah. What a great way to use also the supporting characters and messing with the audience who either familiar or not familiar, and be like, wait, is Karen really there? Is that Curtis? Is that really there? It's like, no.
I know.
Yeah. And the MCU guy's going to be, who the fuck are these people?
Yeah.
That's a problem,
Yeah, that's what happens when it comes to all this. We got somebody else joining right now. There we go. Scott! There he is.
Oh, hello. Hello. I'm see, sir.
Well, I was also supposed to be here about 2 hours ago, but literally, Dave DM'd me the link. I was walking to the basement door to come down here, and I bump into my wife, fresh out of the shower, going, "You want to watch something?"
See, I thought that was going somewhere else, but
no. That's
family audience.
No. So we watched the first episode and a half of Dutton Ranch on Paramount Plus. So
Rip.
Beth. Yeah. Actually, I was pleasantly pleased with the show so far, that even though Taylor Sheridan doesn't write this show, whoever created and wrote this show understands the characters and the tone, and so it does feel like a nice natural continuation out of Yellowstone. But what made me the most excited was that the director who directed the first 2 episodes is the same director who directed every episode of The Madison, which Taylor Sheridan did write, and the one with Michelle Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell. So,
okay.
So when I started seeing people, it was like, oh, they brought back Brian Tyler to do the composing, and then she worked, because The Madison was one of those shows that was like 8 episodes, and it was like every episode was written by Taylor Sheridan, and every episode was directed by the same woman. So it was nice to see that when they started doing Dutton Ranch, it was like, oh, this director who's worked with Sheridan is on this show, which is a lot better than the Marshall's show, which is also a spinoff, but it just feels like a generic CBS, like NCIS kind of, show. It feels like a CBS procedural. This feels like, oh no, this feels like Yellowstone, just, the next show. So
Clone Wars to the Bad Batch. Yeah.
The Bad Batch.
Yeah, I like that. Yes, that's good. Nice Star Wars comparison there.
Scott, did you end up watching Maul Shadowlord? I'm so sorry I responded late to your
Oh no,
question.
I did have it proven to me that I haven't watched Maul yet.
I haven't
trust
either.
Me,
I keep forgetting.
There is some,
boys.
You know what I've been watching? I haven't watched this season. I still need to finish Gen V season 2. Right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I do have time to watch TV, I've been picking back up on my first time full rewatch of Cheers. So
okay,
there you go.
I was thinking about this as I made it to season 4 today, which is when Woody Harrelson joins the cast, and I just realized that.
Wait, Cheers? He joined in season 4?
Yeah,
that is so crazy. Wow.
Yeah, because Coach died. Yeah, the actor actually, and if you know that, you can watch the end of season 3, and you can start seeing all the episodes he wasn't in, and it was because he was getting hospitalized, and then he finally died, and so then in season 4 they just decided to say, once the actor had passed away, they also killed off the character, and then that's when they brought in Woody Harrelson to take over that role that Coach played in the show.
It was a big deal back then. I was watching that as a kid. I mean, there was 2 big things that happened in that show. Him dying was on the news. It was on everything. And then when Kirstie Alley took over.
Well, and for me, it's been funny since season 3.
With what's her name?
Because she replaced Diane, Shelley Long. I haven't gotten to that, but Shelley Long is still around. But it was also fun when I got to season 3, and that's when Frasier gets introduced.
That's so crazy. Like when you think about how Cheers started with not the core cast, when you think about it, like I totally forget that. And it's so funny too, because I have some friends that are like in Boston right now. I literally had my friend, they went to the Cheers bar today. I got pictures sent to me. Nice. And I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. That it's still around.
It's so weird for me is that I'm just fine. It's being a nice comfort watch. Like it's 20-something minutes. It's an old-fashioned sitcom. It was filmed before a live studio audience. Like it has a certain feel that just makes me feel like, I can watch an episode or 3, and I just, what, I'm entertained.
This is why, like, when you get those cable channels that have nothing but nostalgia fucking sitcoms, this is why they last. Because that's what you have. You have my mom. When I go to my mom's house, she'll just have one of those channels on, which is like a random channel, and she's watching fucking, she's watching Happy Days. She's watching, more. What was that? The
Mork and Mindy.
Yeah, Mork and Mindy. Yeah, she's there's stuff like that. That girl. Or something like that.
And I grew up loving MASH, so it's so. I mean, but I grew up watching I Love Lucy reruns and Dick Van Dyke, and like this. I just there's that nostalgic part of me that I just miss that style of sitcom.
Yeah.
I grew up on that style of sitcom, because I had, the TGI Friday shows and Cosby Show and all of that, so I never watched
digital cable era, man. It was great, wasn't it?
That was my 90s. It was the 90s. So, but I never watched Cheers. I watched some of Frasier here, and I would catch a Frasier episode here or there. I never watched Cheers. So it's been fun going back from the very beginning.
Was better than Frasier. for sure.
I remember when it first premiered, they thought it was going to get canceled.
If I said that and Ray was here, oh man.
Well, but my fun part is I'm just going to watch, like, I'm just, I'm going to do all 11 seasons of Cheers, and then, jump into Frasier, and like I'm just going to do the whole thing, because it's just fun to catch up on these shows that, thanks to these streaming services, like it's all there, and I can finally
crazy.
I can finally
that show
watch
made Thursday night. That show and St. Elsewhere and Hill Street Blues, those shows came together and made that must see Thursday. That made Thursday night. It changed it from what Fridays used to be, and it shifted to Thursdays, because back in the early 80s, late 70s, Friday was the day. Friday was the day everybody got together and watched The Incredible Hulk, Dallas, all those shows, and then it started to drift to Thursday. And if you notice, when event TV went away, it was because you could DVR things now. In the mid 90s, you started to you no longer had to be there in front of the TV with the family to have that. It would TiVo. All those things started to do it. And it was kind of sad, because we did this a couple years ago. The death of Saturday morning cartoons, why that went away, and then what happened with network TV event watching. Live sports it killed like most of that on both ends. And then just the fact that it was convenient now. It doesn't matter when the show airs. You can just DVR it and put it in your queue.
Yeah.
I also think, as far as like sitcoms go, I think three things primarily happened. One, Chuck Lorre took over sitcoms and made them terribly, made them much worse. And then two other things.
I like 2.5 Men.
And then two other things happened, which was, in my opinion, Scrubs and Malcolm in the Middle, where they made the sitcom, but they made it somewhat realistic, and they also didn't do the three cameras. I think even Scrubs has an episode making fun of old school sitcoms, because obviously Bill Lawrence was a fan of those things, and then making it this high energy show, but it's like a dramedy. There's all these other elements to it, and Malcolm in the Middle is same thing. It's like extreme high, like in zany moments, but there's a lot of realism, and like this family is always like scrapping, trying to get by and all these other things. So I think those elements changed the sitcom landscape. The last sitcom I remember even being invested in growing up, I think, was That 70s Show. And I think once that show ended, that was the last of it for me. I've never gone back to doing like the three camera sitcom, basically.
Yeah, it kind of, I think like that's been harder to do nowadays. I mean, it was so big in the 90s. It was so big in the 90s. And then, I mean, that was just, and then when it came to single cam, and it was like, holy shit. And I think like the last big, multicam was probably Big Bang Theory, I would say. I know there's still some around now, but Big Bang was like huge. And now we're getting like this crazy spinoff of one of their side characters that came late. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Stewart, yeah.
That one?
Yeah,
that one. Yeah.
I was like, okay. I mean, it was funny because when it came to Big Bang, I checked out probably season 6. I was like, all right, I'm just kind of over the shtick. I was like, I get it. It's Sheldon being Sheldon. It's Leonard and what's her name?
Penny?
They're married now, and then now Sheldon is gonna get married, and now it's just, he popped his cherry now, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I don't know, everybody, it just got to the point where I was like, the shtick's done for me. Like I like,
and that's why a lot of those shows. What happened was it was kind of like what we just kind of stopped talking about. My rewatch of my watch. I kept calling it a rewatch of Cheers. Is you needed a lot of those shows. That's why the cast evolved. Like you had to have a premise that allowed certain characters to leave and other characters to
totally get it.
Come in, because like to your point, you start to remember. Oh, I remember this version of the cast, not realizing, but that's not how the show started.
It's always very interesting to see how like sitcoms start, like especially when you that pilot episode. The pilot episodes of a lot of popular sitcoms were so like different sets, different. Like I mean, I could think about like man, like, oh yeah, like the Fresh Prince had a totally different set. Family Matters had a different set behind them.
Hanging with Mr. Cooper, we talked about this. I think they used the growing pain set.
Yeah,
for the pilot of Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, and then things get rearranged, and it's like, okay, we're gonna do it like this, and then Seinfeld was the same way. They didn't even have a lane. They were trying something different. It was like Seinfeld, and the set was totally different. And apparently, they like the pilot was like aired, and then they were like, "No, we're not gonna go with it." And then they decided to go with it, and then they changed things up, and it was so weird. And then Seinfeld ended up being one of the biggest fucking sitcoms of the '90s. It was like so crazy how that was. Yeah.
It's funny because all these shows, when they first premiered, you'd watch them on Entertainment Tonight doing interviews, hoping that they would get another episode.
Yeah,
like Murphy Brown, all these shows. Cheers, back when they were first airing, when you started seeing the previews and stuff, because they would do every year September. These are the shows that are coming this fall, and they were all Ted Danson. They were all worried. We don't know if this is going to be a hit or not. And then when you see 11, 12 years later, they're still around. And how the world changed. Because if you started a show in 1982 and you wrapped it up in the 90s, you may as well have left the planet and gone to another one because the world was different. And that's how their storyline changed.
But nowadays, you could revive a show from 15 years ago, like Scrubs, and it could still be almost the exact same thing.
It's 50-50 because a lot of those audiences got recycled. I mean, if you started the show and it's 12, 14 years old, you probably... Hell, another generation came in and picked up that show in different atmosphere. But some it's 50-50. Sometimes, people keep trying to bring back the 80s, and I don't know why. But some eras just need to be let be what they are. Like I said with Miami Vice, doing a period piece is probably the best thing for that show because that show was entirely encompassed in the 80s, and it's appropriately so because sometimes the era makes the show, and when you try to do it in 2026 because you got a nostalgia bug up your ass, it doesn't work because you can't transfer that atmosphere that made that show work.
Scrubs to me, I think, has aged one of the best sitcoms. Not everything about it is perfect, but I've gone back and rewatched the old clips and everything, and it still holds up. And the funnier thing about Scrubs is that because I was a big fan of the show, you follow forums or you follow people talking about old TV shows, and a lot of them will tell you, as far as medical shows go, Scrubs is the one that actually gets it the most right in terms of how hospitals work, how all the staffing issues, the nursing issues, all these different things are still relevant, even 20 some odd years later. And I think that's also the grounds of why they were able to revive it and stuff. Well, also it was also in the fact too that Bill Lawrence had kind of gone into, not a quiet retirement, but once he did Ted Lasso, his whole career, basically exploded again. And he was able to just kind of do all these shows now. And Scrubs just kind of came by, and then it just happened, and it kind of worked because now the whole premise is, the original premise being that JD is up and coming and trying to figure things out. Now it's the reverse where he's the chief of medicine and trying to help out the next generation and stuff, which is kind of what people wanted of season 9, but this is more appropriate being so many years later.
I still have to watch the revival, but it was funny because Bill Lawrence was on a podcast recently. When he pitched Scrubs, they didn't care about the JD character. They cared about the Dr. Cox character more than the JD character at first.
Yeah. That's interesting.
It's interesting how stuff like that works. And then of course, once you film the thing and start doing the thing, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously the Dr. Cox character is crucially important because he was the mentor character, but he was such a douchebag, but it worked with the dynamic of JD, even though the network was we don't like the JD character, focused around Dr. Cox. And it was he said that. He was they didn't care about the JD character. They wanted to revolve around Dr. Cox. Because I think they, when it came to doctor shows, they always wanted the experienced doctor kind of thing.
Right.
And so they didn't care about that. But then, they just went forward through it. And it was okay, but the dynamic worked so well.
But I also love the fact that Bill Lawrence, I didn't watch Scrubs, but I now know Bill Lawrence because I love Ted Lasso. I love Shrinking.
I can't believe how much he has fucking put out.
And then
there.
I really enjoyed Rooster on HBO.
Yeah, he did Rooster too.
He did Rooster, and I really enjoyed that show. I've found myself always being like, when my phone would give me the notification of a new episode of Rooster was on HBO Max, and I would, check it out. That was it's been weird. Like, I've caught up on Bill Lawrence on this later portion, and watch. But once I realized, oh, you did Ted Lasso, oh, you did Shrinking, and now you're doing Rooster. It's like, okay, cool. It's gotten to that point now. He's become a name that's like, if I see your name attached to something, I am much more inclined to go and check it out now.
Yeah. I was hesitant to try Ted Lasso because, and now it's obviously changed, but I wasn't huge on Jason Sudeikis. It's not that I hated him or anything. I just never had any real interest. But when I found out that Bill Lawrence worked on Ted Lasso, because being a big Scrubs guy, that's what made me really check it out. Also, people were talking about it, so I came in around like season 2. But yeah, it's a great show, and I think the revival for Scrubs has been really interesting and stuff, and just how they're able to balance this new dynamic and everything. But as far as Dr. Cox goes, I do know for a fact that McGinley, the actor and stuff, they really benefited from having Dr. Kelso, the chief of medicine in the show. And very early on, him and that actor basically worked to try to make a point that, Cox and Dr. Kelso could not be the same character, because then it's just repetitive. And it's like, what makes more sense if the chief of medicine is doing things that are better for the hospital, whereas Dr. Cox is doing things that are better for the patient. So they had this dynamic. But what I really appreciate about the original show, at least, is that, just like any good sitcom, like Cheers or anything else, the show evolves. And by the tail end of the show, Dr. Cox is eventually given the position of chief of medicine, and Kelso is allowed to retire. And then Cox has to basically take on all of the responsibilities, and he has to understand more so where Kelso was coming from all those years. And then basically Kelso and him even become friends as time goes on, which is like crazy. And then JD takes the place of Dr. Cox. So like the show evolved naturally. And I think the show was on for about eight years or so. Yeah, because 8 seasons. So that but
that last season was.
Well, yeah. So to me,
after Zach Braff left, it was like it went to shit.
Well, for me personally, in terms of sitcom shows and a lot of other things, why I love Scrubs so much is I felt that they really nailed the original finale so well. And even Bill Lawrence has gone on record that he did not want season 9 to be official Scrubs. He wanted it to be a different show, like Scrubs.
And it felt like a spin-off show.
Right. But I mean, this is pretty much what I think season 9 could have been, except now JD is again the main focus and everything. But yeah, I mean, I saw the potential of what season 9 could have been, but I stayed away from it because season 8 was so perfect to me in terms of that finale was so well done.
Yeah, him going down the hallway and seeing,
and ending. Yeah, and what I like about this, and not to spoil anything, if you're a huge Scrubs fans, they don't stick to necessarily that ending that JD sees in his brain. They make a point to say, no, that's JD's fantasy of what he wants the future to be,
which has always been the thing of the show, of him like having his little fantasy little things,
Right. But there's nothing in this new revival that like hurts that at the same time.
Yeah.
It's a very realistic take on things, and like, because it's been like 15 or 16, 17 years since that ending. So it's very true to itself, and it's true to the characters. There's I won't go too much into it if you guys want to get into it, but I think it's the first episode, and it's before JD has officially rejoined Sacred Heart. And he's reconnecting with Turk, and you can tell that they're still friends and everything, and that they keep in touch, but they've lived their own lives at the same time. And JD is finding out that Turk is not exactly, because I think he's the head surgeon at Sacred Heart at this point, and he's found out that the interns are not exactly enthusiastic about Turk, and that Turk has a lot going on, basically. So JD wants him to sort of open up more because, they're old friends and everything. And Turk just gives him like, he goes completely like 180 and just is like completely honest with his take on everything and how he feels and how he's burnt out. And it was very refreshing because, you're tempted with a new show, I think, to make everything a little glossed over and to make everything like kind of like, oh no, we want the viewers to stay, and and they don't do that. They don't softball anything. They make it very real while still having a lot of comedic elements in there. So I thought that was really good.
For sure.
So,
Talati, I know you got to take off.
Yeah. Just before I go, I was just going to mention I do watch 2.5 Men, and as a sitcom, I was stuck into it.
Yeah, I love 2.5 Men until Ashton Kutcher showed up.
I was going to say, it was the dynamic of when the main star leaves. Charlie Sheen. My grievance with Chuck Lorre lands more on Big Bang Theory, and again, I don't overly hate Big Bang Theory. I've seen some comedic moments in it that are very funny. I just and it's not to say that Sheldon and those guys don't exist in the real world. They do. But I always felt that the show was like, it was always a very stereotypical view of nerds. I always thought I never got into it in that sense, So, but my grievances are more Big Bang Theory, less 2.5 Men.
Gotcha.
So,
all right. Well, thank you, Taladia. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll speak to you guys soon.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
It was always funny. I always said that when it came to, Big Bang Theory, I was always funny because their wardrobe was like the big part of the show.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I always went, this takes place in Pasadena, California. They're constantly wearing jackets and long sleeve shirts. And I'm like, what are we doing here, guys? I'm like, if the, but again, it's a sitcom and everything, but it's just so funny because anytime you see Leonard, he's wearing a jacket with a hoodie. Anytime you see Sheldon, he's wearing an undershirt underneath his whatever, like Green Lantern shirt or whatever. It's like, this takes place in fucking Pasadena, and they're always wearing clothes like it's fucking fall or winter. And meanwhile, of course, Penny is wearing barely anything. But I'm like, oh, that's how you do it right there. But it's a stupid thing. It's a stupid thing, I know. But I'm just like, that's where my head goes. I'm like, it's Pasadena, guys. And then I remember I brought that up, and like my brother and some other people were like, well, it's towards the beach, so it gets. I'm like, shut up, it's Pasadena. What are you guys talking about? That's not close to the beach. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's this sitcom.
Yeah,
stuff.
It's always a sitcom thing. But Real Skeptic right here wanted to ask, panel, what other TVMA R-rated films, TV shows would you like Marvel to tackle? Is there anything that's in the art? We're waiting for Blade.
I'm about to say that was my answer. Right. I was like, there's this Blade movie reportedly, maybe, kind of, sort of.
But has the Blade movie been reestablished to now be sort of more of a Midnight Suns?
Well, I think they were talking about that, but nobody has any idea what the fuck's happening with that. I think when it came, because the only time that we got any kind of tease of a Midnight Suns was at the end of Eternals.
Yeah.
Right. It was that post credit, but then of course, Eternals was essentially not, it was kind of a disaster for Marvel Studios because it didn't drive people to the movie theater enough, and people didn't really like it, so people just kind of forgot about the post credit scene. So
I love Eternals. Yeah.
I mean,
it was a C list. That's why it failed.
Yeah, it should have been a TV show, in my opinion. But
I could see that, yeah.
I think it would have benefited from that for sure.
There was so many moving parts. They could have probably had a six miniseries, 6-episode miniseries, where it could have been hey, here we go right here. This is this group right here that's been around this entire time.
I don't know if TV mature R rating is the way, but I feel like there's a story with the X-Men down the line that they can do that without having just to make it a gory or throw naked nude scenes of the character and whatnot. What was the one I go back to God Loves Man Kills occasionally because I need it, especially where we're at right now. I'm like, I need something, man. Give me something. And there are lines, there's philosophies, there's sequences in that book that how picky the MPA probably is. I could see that without it being so what's the word? Gratuitous, but just honest, brutally honest.
Does this answer to Rational's question? Is that was?
I think that's the one I saw right now. The TV mature already like that. You could do something with the X-Men that can do that, and it's again not about the violence or nudity. It's about like don't be afraid to tackle this stuff because sadly we still need to reinforce these ideas of like, yo, it's not cool to be a dick, regardless of your background. It's not cool to be a dick going on. So.
I don't think there's anything in MCU going forward because I was talking with him last night about this that requires an R rating. I don't think you're going to see one. How many? You do a quick search of how many R-rated MCU proper, not inherited crossover from different production MCU proper.
Well, I mean, if there was something like a special presentation, like what we got with the Punisher.
Yeah, but with an MCU proper, I don't think you're going to see.
If we're dealing with
something off,
if we're dealing with supernatural stuff, if we're dealing with in terms of anything new, I would suggest Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider. That's what I would do.
Yeah, like a special presentation of an art. Yeah, and
you can hit that. Yeah,
because we've already introduced Mephisto. So I mean, I think it'd be interesting to play around with that.
Here's the problem with that, though, in my opinion.
Okay.
You are feeding all this into your core demographic, which is 37 and 0 when it comes to things working at a PG-13. So the thing that makes for MCU, or roughly, I'm throwing it out there, but if it's worked enough to the point where you're feeding all this stuff into a demographic that has been safe for them for a while, it's work. If it's not, if it's not squeaking, are you going to oil it? I don't see. You don't need an R rating for Blade. You don't need an R rating for any of the stuff that's in their core demographic that has worked for them from the stuff that they've created from the bottom up. I don't see the need for it.
I could see a PG-13 Blade happening, but I think he would benefit greatly from it being R-rated, at least in my opinion. I mean, you could feature a movie with Blade in it and have it be PG-13, say like a Midnight Suns or something to that degree. But I think if you're doing a Blade movie, or even TV show, I guess it can kind of go back and forth. But this is a guy that kills vampires. Vampires deal with blood.
You can do that. You can do that without being
like something like Buffy. Yeah,
because
you just don't have to have the blood aspect. I mean, it's always about the blood. It's the blood. You can impale people and just not show blood.
And have them explode or something, and that's
fine.
That's
probably what they're going to do. I think the 1998 movie skews it. People think because that's the way that Blade story was told, that any other Blade story, and they're not going to do that. Because they're going to use Blade to associate him with characters like Doctor Strange. Now, if you can do a Doctor Strange multiverse of madness with the crazy shit that went on in that movie, you can do a Blade movie without going R. And that's more than likely what they're going to do. I don't think you're going to see an R-rated movie because they want to keep that accessibility, and you won't need it. See, in order to make something R, just for the sake of R, okay, they're killing vampires. There's ways and crafty ways to tell that story without going R, and they've been able to do this for a long time now.
But at the same time, but at the same time, you just kind of go like, when you have an R-rated movie, like an R-rated Blade movie, as long as you keep the budget low. I mean, that's the thing. It's like no matter what, horror is killing it. We have a movie that's out that's horror driven right now that everybody's talking about. That's that Obsession movie. Which I'm hoping to see tomorrow. I'm going to go see that because I just keep hearing great things about it, and I didn't get to see it last night because of reasons. And then I was like, okay.
Watch DC Fanimated stream to find out what those reasons are.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I also, at the beginning of the stream, I explained also because I went to that seminar and I shouldn't have.
So that's how it is that how it went down, Dave?
Well, it's over. It was overall a good thing. Like I like it was good. Like what the thing was, I'm like, okay, cool. I didn't need to be here to learn this. It was like one of those things. Because even my dad was like, oh yeah, it's less than an hour. Okay, so I can maybe No, it was an hour and 45 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ. I got to the point where I'm like, I am so hungry right now, and this keeps going. Yeah. So yeah, I was not too happy. Again, not my dad's fault because he recommended, because he's, he was like involved in this whole thing. But I was like, all right. I mean, long as I know my dad's not getting ripped off about stuff, because I'm like, is this a Ponzi? No, it's okay.
But the horror is killing.
Anyway, sorry, I went off topic.
Yeah. But that horror that you're talking about, and the kind of horror that's killing it, is not connected to a pre-existing machine where you know what you're getting because that's what they've given you, and it's worked for them. So
I don't know. It's we're in an interesting, point when it comes to because this Punisher thing was like one of the most violent and probably graphic things that Marvel Studios has done. I mean, some of the stuff where I was even going, "Whoo, geez."
Yeah. But it's an inherited character that's not the tone. And I think part of the problem with the viewership, the 50% drop when it comes to Daredevil, I think the MCU tone is not consistent with the Daredevil Netflix tone, and people who may have given it a shot may have tuned out because that's just not. It's not.
No, I totally get. I've seen that. I've seen that online too, where people are like, "Yeah, this is not working for me. There's too many moving pieces, and this, that, and this." Where like it's like, there's not enough Daredevil. There's not enough, And I don't know. Like for me, I'm just like, I don't know. We got 3 seasons of Netflix, and I'm like, we got a lot of Daredevil, a lot of cool stuff. And then when it came to Born Again, we're still getting some of those cool moments with Daredevil, but yeah, there is a lot more moving pieces. There's more characters. There's more things that they were adding to it. And yeah, there's some residual leftover things when it came to what they initially wanted to do with Born Again that they left into it, that they had to continue like that the whole internet reports, the BB report, whatever the hell. When it came to all that, I was like, I never really liked that part of the whole thing. I'm like, oh yeah, they were trying to do that whole internet thing. And I'm like, they had to keep that going to where that added more, where they had this character involved with her. And yeah, they did a good job, I think, to just kind of like keep that going, but I could have done without it. Like it didn't really go anywhere for me. And then what happens with her in this season, and how she was like playing a whole other thing too when it came to, I don't know.
The tone of it, it's a brutal show going all the way back to all 3 seasons of Daredevil and the Punisher, everything. It's a brutal show, and it's not a very happy show.
No.
So it has a tone that's inconsistent with the world that MC or Marvel Studios and MCU have created. And I think there was a different decision-making process at the beginning, but now that they've seen the results and now that you've had feedback, I think you're going to have a different thing going forward. And that's why that's one of the reasons why I don't think they're going to go into an unnecessary R-rated territory. I mean, I just don't see it. It's not good business.
Can you imagine what this would be like? The Punisher, one less Disney.
Yeah, only adults would be able to go on. You'd have to sign a waiver to get on.
Well, frankly, it would just be John Bernthal at the front of the ride screaming the whole time. Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah.
When you have the gun, you can.
Yeah. But Scott, since you're here now, and we already talked about Batman. I want to get your take on the Batman stuff, all the Matt Reeves gifts and everything.
It was like a warm blanket. I was like, "Thank you, Matt Reeves." What I love about the way that Matt Reeves chooses to use social media, particularly X, is just he has that quality that he knows how to have fun with the fan, like with the people who are following him, for the people who he knows are going to be the most invested in his movie. He clearly has his finger on the pulse of how to have fun with them and how to play with them. So when all the gifts started dropping, and I was at work, so I was like getting notifications and trying to just kind of like pull up my phone and kind of just catch a little, okay. And like I always love looking at like his gift choice as well. So
yeah.
So it was fun for me because there was casting that had been rumored for so long. I mean, the first one that got me was when he did that gif of Scarlett Johansson from Under the Skin, which by the way, if you've not seen Under the Skin, check that out. A24 sci-fi movie. It It is.
That's what I said earlier too, and I'm like, and it's a low key alien movie, and then I said benefits. You see her fully naked. Anyways, go ahead.
but also just a good. But also just a good.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie. But I was like, okay, cool.
The nudity is not even that sexual. It's like
it's not
a movie. Yeah, it's not even really sexual.
Actually, the way it's done is unsettling.
Yeah,
it's one of those that you don't feel good about it.
Yeah.
But like, so that was fun, and I liked how the cool way he did it this time was that each GIF that was like confirming. Okay, so of course Batman's going to be in the movie, and Alfred's going to be in the movie, and Gordon's going to be in the movie, and the mayor is going to be in the movie. The way he did it, though, was always he came up with some like fun way to say "Welcome to Gotham" or "Welcome back to Gotham," and sometimes he would play
welcome back, my friend.
Right.
Yeah.
And then sometimes like he would play off of the GIF of the actor that he was using, because the one that got me, that made me go ooh, was the one with Sebastian Koch on it, because I know him from the German film The Lives of Others. I have been singing the praises of that movie since I saw it in college, and
who do you think he's playing?
I don't know, because he's one of those actors that a lot of people, that when the GIF got dropped, they're like, who's this? And they didn't mean who's the character he's playing. They literally meant who is this?
I had to look him up. I was like, who's this guy? And then I'm like, oh, okay, I've seen this guy in certain things, shows and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, I've seen him. And we were even talking about it earlier. It's like the GIF choice. I mean, he's holding a gun, and it's like, okay, so immediately people were like, is this Bullock? But it was like, is it Bullock, or is he the main? It's like one of those things where it's like, is he the main villain, or is he Bullock? It's like
I don't know, and right now, for me, I didn't get dragged down into who are they playing. I was more just enjoying going, oh, so these are the people who are going to be, in the movie. Like when Brian Tyree Henry showed up, and I was just like, okay.
Yeah. And then people thought he's Bullock. It's like, it's down to both of them. It was like, who's Bullock?
Right. And so it was just kind of, I was just enjoying it. And it got me excited, because it reminded me of those days when you were just like when you've got your notifications turned on for a particular individual, and you just kind of get that little ding, ding, ding every time you see that person posting something, and you're like, ooh, what is it this time? Like it felt nostalgic in a way for a time when you enjoying that. And it's just kind of fun to go and realize that the Batman Part 2 is going into production now, and that this is what we're in for. Like, Matt Reeves is committed clearly to having fun along the way with this, and I'm enjoying that. It is a very organic way of building hype for a movie that really people are hyped for anyway. Like, and so
I know when I see people that were saying like, oh, people are gonna get hyped for this sequel after so many years, I'm like, yeah, it's Batman, and people really liked his version of Batman. I mean, I know there's people that didn't. They were like, oh, it's boring. It didn't, this, that, and this, fine. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, people are excited for a new Batman movie, and this is a good way of how, to welcome people. And like I said, you look at the engagement and the views that his tweets got for someone who's not online, not on Twitter a lot. Look what's happening. It's like, that's how you build hype. And
and he's interacting with the comments, and so once again, that's fun. And like, I know that he apparently liked a comic of someone speculating that Brian Tyree Henry was going to be Bullock, and so that's fueling the idea of, I love the people, how they, we know all about how people will take a like of a comment and then confirmed, like the confirmation rats start scurrying. But
but I think like not confirming who those characters are, that speculation. I mean, this is even happening with Man of Tomorrow with like Adria Arjona and Matthew Lillard. I think that helps that it's like, oh, this is who this character is. It keeps the conversation going. And I think that's a good strategy that DC Studios is doing with both these projects that are not even in the same universe, is like, yeah, keep the people guessing. People, because there's so many characters. I mean, who knows who these characters are playing, and there's always conversations there's no confirmation. Keep it that way. I think it's a good thing because we're still talking about it.
And I like the way that Matt Reeves uses the GIFs, and he's using GIFs of the actors from different movies. He's not dropping a link to some publication, that you're reading the headline. It's a game that I enjoy playing. And so bravo Matt Reeves for, would you like to play a game?
No, yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially, I mean, I'm waiting for like another, we were talking about, it's like another costume camera test, like show because, there's obviously the costume is going to get upgraded, there's no way it's going to be the same costume. It's just, like, what are they going to add to it? What are they going to take away? I don't know. What do you guys think about, like, what would you improve on the costume? I know somebody said I think it was, you hate the cowl because he definitely based that more on the 66 Batman cowl, the way that is, which we kind of
had a big head though. I mean, Robert Pattinson has more.
Yeah, Robert Pattinson has more of a longer head. He has like a more longer head. So I could see a lot of people complain about the cowl for the first one. I like the cowl. I like that just because it just looks, there's just an interesting look to it. It's not my favorite, definitely not.
The ears have always been an issue for me on that cowl. I would be interested, even though they used it to great effect on the first movie. So I'm not knocking it because the movie justified it. With the gunfire sequence at Falcone's, the fact that he's he's effectively wearing bulletproof armor. Yeah. If I had one wish list, it would just be that the suit evolves to be less of a suit of armor. Because it's very, as a first effort, as in Batman's really early on in his career kind of deal. Yeah, it's bulky, it's armory. I'm just I would be interested in watching that transition to it becoming a little bit more streamlined. Yeah, as an evolution, not as we need to course correct, but no, just as he would eventually figure out a better way. Do
you think
that was something that I enjoyed about the Nolan films? Was there were like the adjustments were made, and then they were written in as part of the story.
Yeah,
like it wasn't just
you want to turn your head.
You want to turn your head. It's something like that. Like, when Morgan Freeman said that in The Dark Knight, I laughed because I was just like, okay, yeah, that's cool. Because I always remembered the classic line about Keaton not being able to move the thing. So it was a funny little inside joke that I appreciated. But I also liked that they made it part of the suit's not just going to show up. They made a point of, I'm going to do the work to design a new one. Do
you think they bring back the whole boots thing where he does the stomping on the boots like when he's like approaching? Do you think they're gonna bring that back? Some people had a problem with that because some people were like, "That's not Batman. Batman's stealthy. Why is he doing that?"
No, I actually liked it because the whole point was it was intimidating. Because watch those goons as he's walking, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
The greatest thing about Batman in any of the media and why he's lasted as long as he has is because he's infinitely able to be executed in about a million different ways. There's never really, I mean, there are bad ways to go about it, but like it's all about the execution, about like what you're doing. You can have I mean, I love Batman 89, but the costume in that is one of the most impractical costumes of all time. Like it doesn't make any sense, but
it looks so cool, Paul.
It looks cool in the dark.
Yeah, not in the light.
We should preface that the Flash really made us remember this should not be out in daylight. But anyway, regardless, what I would want as far as Pattinson goes in the next one is make the costume a little more streamlined, because as much as I enjoy, because this is like a year 2 Batman where you can tell that he's constructed this suit himself. He's, mangled a bunch of different ideas kind of together. I'd like the suit to be a little bit more streamlined, and maybe this one to kind of look a little less guerrilla warfare kind of Batman, I guess,
But we've also got to be, but to your point, Paul, we've also need to be realistic about the timeline in that this is going to take place during winter, probably based on the Penguin, January? I think it's going to be like January.
How much time has passed? Has it been 2 years?
It's been it's been a month. Because you got
crazy.
Because you got to remember
what it's been.
Okay.
It's been a heck of a month.
but think about this. Think about this. The first movie starts on Halloween. It takes place over effectively a week, because it goes to Election Day.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Penguin carries the timeline forward to get us into
past Christmas.
Past Christmas, and then that's where the Batman Part 2 is picking up.
Interesting. Okay.
It's all
I know it's mangled because of the idea of, one, there has been such a long period of time since the last movie, and two, usually in comic book films there is like this significant time jump in between films traditionally. But this is a story that's being told, they're keeping track of, this was October 31st. This one's going to pick up like in January. I mean, it makes sense because Sebastian Stan, who is going to be Harvey Dent, because what happened to the DA in the last movie? Mm-hmm. Ba-boom. So clearly there's going to be some sort of transition of, where did Harvey Dent come from? Because we need to replace our now, exploded, previous DA. So no, but the timeline is, it's picking up like Batman Part 1 leads into the Penguin. When the Penguin leaves off at the finale with it snowing, Batman Part 2 is going to pick up right after that.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we probably will get the original costume with a few adjustments, maybe a better cowl if we're lucky, William. So yeah, I mean, I did not realize it was still that close in time, just because there's been so much time between everything,
films. I get it.
Even the TV show. I mean, the Penguin came out like what, 2 years ago, or it finished up 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
So I mean, it's been a while, but okay. I mean, like I said, I trust Matt Reeves. I trust the universe. So like, I'm on board regardless. And I think this is the first Batman winter movie we've had since Returns, right?
Yes.
Oh no. Well, there is Dark Knight Rises, but that was over multiple seasons. But yeah, we got some winter shots in that. So.
Right. Yeah. So that's. I mean, I am not here to nitpick anything. I'm just along for the. I mean, the Batman still stands as, it ties with the movie that I've seen the most in theaters. Because I went 4 times to see that movie back when it came out, and so twice in IMAX. So I'm definitely down for and I love the Penguin. The Penguin was fantastic. The fact that apparently they're in pre-production for a season 2 because it's now on the Writers Guild of America website.
Yeah, that was a weird.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
All right. They clearly they are on the website because they're looking to hire a new writers room.
Because so they're not going to bring back any of the writers from season 1.
Depends on like how many episodes. What I've heard, I was actually watching Danny did a stream, and apparently there's some rules that there are rules that dictate that if you have so many episodes, you have to have so many writers. So there's the possibility that they might get just a new set of writers, or maybe they get an expanded episode count, and then by union rules, they have to have, more writers.
Okay.
Currently on the Penguin season 2 listing on the WGA website, they only list an executive producer and then Laura LaFranc as the showrunner. So those are the only 2 credits that currently.
That's the original showrunner from season 1.
That's the original showrunner from season 1. Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm less worried. I guess that's the best way to put it. So okay. Well, good. Sounds great.
But then we don't know how much they're going to extend the world to after this one, because you never know. There's always been a Catwoman, Selena. I mean, like I said, like we talked about it, prior, is like we might get, hey, what was she doing over in Bloodhaven? And where she went at the end of the Batman Part 2, and then the fact that Sophia got that fucking letter
in the finale of the Penguin.
So there might be a tie in that, and then all of a sudden everything just meets up in the Batman Part 3, because I would not be surprised if we hear oh yeah, he's already got the Batman Part 3 written too. Oh, cool. Yeah. So there's a long period of time. He wrote 2 scripts. He wrote the rest of the thing, hopefully.
And I can see the Penguin season 2 being that bridge in between Part 2 and Part 3, the way that season 1 was a bridge between, Part 1 and Part 2.
Yeah.
So the epic Batman crime saga would be, 3 movies and 2 seasons of television.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I know. And that's the thing. It's it's Batman. So I don't know. It's all crazy. I know, when people were just canceling it out, but hey, we're good. We're good as long as it's happening, and we're gonna get some, more stuff. Did you guys see the thing too? Speaking of Batman, did you see that Iron Studios released more Batfleck costume tests? Did you see that?
I did not see this. No,
you didn't see that? Yeah, it was pretty
time for show and tell.
I know. It's I know. I was like, oh yeah, there was that right here where it was oh yeah, look at that.
Nice.
More of him testing out, and then obviously they they posted this on IG that said the first time the bat turned his head, technically not, but first time that obviously when it came to the Dark Knight, they obviously had 2 pieces to the cowl, it was more of a helmet, like we were just talking about. You want to be able to turn your head, but this is the first time that you had a cowl that could turn, like that.
Yeah,
that was all one piece.
Yeah, I like that because it feels more comic booky, but also practical. It's definitely Alex Ross a little bit inspired too. Also Frank Miller, so it's a good.
The BVS costume is superior in my opinion. It's always superior just because it's so unique. The fat bat, the gray and the black, but at the same time you could kind of tell that when it came to the Justice League standard costume, Affleck couldn't move his head all that much. He was kind of stiff, which sucked. He was why, and that was probably more of a studio thing. You got to upgrade the costume for the toys.
Yeah.
Well, why not just keep? And I almost think that's why Zach even posted that one black and white where he showed it was Batman, putting somebody's head into a wall kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zach was well, why do we got to upgrade the costume? Because Affleck looks a little bit more stiff than he did. It's not a bad costume, but it's why do we have to upgrade that when you have the other costume that comes at the end? What do they call that one?
The tactical suit.
Tactical suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
in my brain, I figure Batman, doing that because you're facing parademons, you're facing an alien threat. You don't know what's
and I agree, Paul. But I still, even when Zack Snyder Justice League came out, there was still a part of me in my small box of, that that.
No, I agree. I want
up, and it's dude. Like at least at the beginning of BVS, you see Alfred working on literally the armored suit. Like if you go back,
all he did was work on the gauntlets. Yeah.
Well, and the voice changer and the voice changer in the helmet. Like he was right there, like working on it at the very beginning of the movie before you even have a reason why the armored suit even needs to like be around. But then the tactical suit just, he's in the regular suit 1 minute, then they're in the elevator going up to.
Yeah, there's no explanation.
There's no explanation. The tactical suit just shows up, and I'm just like, damn it.
Yeah.
I wanted there to be an explanation.
Yeah. As much as I love, obviously the Snyder Cut and stuff like that, there's still things where I'm like, I need more things when it comes to Batman and Superman. It's like, I want some more interaction between. I mean, we got like Clark and Bruce at the end, and like I bought the bank, cool. But I wanted like more interaction when they were Batman and Superman, as opposed to just him lifting up. I'm like, was there supposed to be more that just didn't get shot? And I mean, I think we even talked about it, even that first stream after the Snyder Cut came out. And I remember Garzo even agreed with me. He's like, yeah, there's probably a Snyder Cut of the Snyder Cut. I think we joked about that. Is there a Snyder Cut of the Snyder Cut? Because it seems like there was just some things that were missing and I think we brought up that too, was the fact that, all of a sudden he's got this other suit, this whole tactical suit that we just, who knows where it came from, but there it is.
Zach did say the assembly cut is 5.5 hours long.
Yeah.
So there's an hour and a half of footage there that's not.
So there probably was something where they didn't, just have enough time to do all that kind of stuff. But Ronan, I know you got to take off.
Yeah, which I just got to finish some thumbnails and try to not eat too much before I fall asleep.
Yeah, no problem, man. I get it. All right. I think you promote what you have to promote. And
sure, man. Great talking to y'all. I love these chats. But you can follow me at Ronan and Chain on YouTube and all the socials. Usually doing streams with Chainsaw Reacts on Council Creators. You see me and Phil hanging out, and then until next week, one more week till the Mandalorian Grogu. So I'm going to be dropping a bunch of Star Wars stuff relating to that, and then after that we got Spider Noir, and then I might start diving deep into some anime stuff that I've been having in the catalog. So yeah, expect from me. Check in, muchachos. Stay safe out there, all right? See you, Space Cowboys.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
That's right. We got Mandalorian Grogu. We got internet reactions, and I am seeing a mixed bag, which I'm not shocked about.
No, I'm not shocked either. But you know what? I don't care because I'm going to go see it. So
yeah, I already got my ticket.
I already got my ticket. So,
I have a 4-day weekend next weekend. I took Friday off, so I'm just going to go enjoy myself. I'm seeing it, of course, with my group of my dad, my brother, and my nephew. Should be a good time, But yeah, I'm going in not expecting to be blown away.
I enjoy. All I need is give me more Mandalorian. I enjoyed the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
I've already read that they had to the intention was for the movie to kind of be like season 4, or what they had planned for season 4,
like a season 4.
But they had to make adjustments because apparently the original season 4 was going to tie more into the Thrawn storyline that was building in the other, with Ahsoka and everything else.
Yeah.
Like there was going to be a lot more of the Mandalorian being connected to the rest of the Disney Plus Star Wars story. And so when they made it a movie, it was like, well, now it needs to be able to be its, own thing.
That actually explains a lot, and especially the advertising, because I think I've seen like 3 separate trailers for this movie, and I could not tell you what it's actually about, except for Mando go here, Mando go there. Oh look, Grogu
pushes buttons, and
yeah, there's some huts and now explosions, and I'm like, what is the purpose of this movie? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the Mandalorian, I love Grogu. I for the most part like most of the show.
I just think the Grogu shtick of him just being like this kid that's like, I'm like, can we see this, creature kind of progress and grow?
But I'm hoping that's what I'm hoping that's what the movie tackles a little bit.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Things, but
here's the thing. I don't care. Give me a fun Star Wars movie. I am in the minority crowd that I feel like that I really enjoyed Solo. Okay.
Yeah, I like Solo.
You're not alone.
It didn't help that it bombed though. Like I still liked the movie, but it didn't help that it still. I don't think this. Sorry.
It was poor. I mean, release schedule. It was.
Yeah, the release schedule was awful.
The release schedule was awful.
Yeah.
So
they handled that movie terribly.
But I just need a fun.
But you watch that movie; it's very enjoyable.
It had a bunch of reshoots that drove its budget up extraordinarily. So
yeah, it like doubled the budget, right? If I remember.
But it's so weird that the directors of that movie, they're the ones that just gave us Project Hail Mary.
Yep.
Which is so weird. It's like, what the fuck was wrong with that, Kathleen? What were they doing that you didn't like? That's what I'm kind of curious about. I'm like, you literally have the guys who have arguably done some of the best Spider-Man movies too, with the animation and Project Hail Mary. What were they doing wrong with Han Solo? That's what's. I guess it just didn't gel. You know?
Well, I think it's the problem when you're dealing. A lot of people don't like, when they get into a machine like Star Wars, Marvel, and to some extent we got to say DC too. Like when you're dealing with IP that
Star Trek
has a long that has a long history. There are certain things you have to abide by, and whether you agree with it or not, it's not yours. Even though they say, "Oh, you can do what you want," well, not really. They'll let you do some things, but they're not going to let you just totally break what's been done just because you want to have some fun.
There's a universe out there where Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilm let Lord and Miller do what they were supposed to do, and that movie was probably a lot more successful than what we got because, being delayed and having a shitty release date and
the budget
being inflated. You brought in Ron Howard, which you thought that was going to be a good idea because he's named, which I'm nothing against Ron Howard. I think he salvaged what he could. And still, like I said, I can put on Solo right now and be like, this is an enjoyable sci-fi Western movie. And I think the thing that was always going against it was it's not Harrison Ford. You got this you got this no-name actor who is trying to fill fucking boots that are hard to fill. He did a great job. And he was fighting a losing battle no matter what, And it was just, there was a lot of things going against it. And with all the production problems and just getting rid of those two. And then
the well was poisoned before the movie even came out.
Totally.
So that's the thing for me is that like, I saw it again after Mortal Kombat 2 came out. I'm so tired of the phrase, well, the movie isn't perfect, but I'm like, I don't give a shit. Not every movie has to be perfect for me to have a good time at the movie.
Oh, you're saying fun. We can't have fun.
Yes, I'm saying fun. Because you know what? I saw a movie today that was fun and I enjoyed myself. It's not going to win any awards, but you want to know what? It was an incredibly enjoyable hour and 40 minutes of my day today, and that's all I needed.
In the Gray?
In the Gray, yes. I saw In the Gray today, and
I heard that's good.
I had such a good time. Dave, I will tell you, now it disappears by the third act. The third act becomes very...
You're not the only one who said that,
The third act becomes very just standard action movie-esque, but Richie-isms are there for like the first half of the movie. It was so nice. The dialogue was really snap. I mean, Gyllenhaal and Cavill, they worked so well together. They handled that Richie dialogue, especially Gyllenhaal. Gyllenhaal really nailed that patter pace. That when Richie's writing is like working on all cylinders, I had a good time. It's also cool because it's an action movie, but Richie borrowed from both heist tropes and spy tropes and put them together into one movie. And I just had a really good time. And it's going to do no business because you got all the legacy releases so far. You also have Obsession, which is really everyone's talking about it.
Yeah, everybody's
talking about it. And I knew the
it.
death knell was going to be when I walked into this movie on opening day, and it's already in the side theater.
Oh.
You know, this happened to The Nice Guys. I remember going opening weekend to The Nice Guys, and it was already shoved.
That one.
And it was already shoved. But any movie that on its opening weekend is already shoved in the perimeter screens of a movie theater, it doesn't have a, like, even the movie theater knows.
Yeah.
No one's going to come see this. Now, I'll say, though, for 1 o'clock on a Friday, I was one of 3 people in this movie theater.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know. And I definitely want to see it, but yeah, I'm gonna go see Obsession tomorrow because it's just, we talked about it on DC Fanimated, where I had no idea at first that it was from this duo of videos, Curry Barker, and I forget what his the guy who's also plays the friend of the main character in the movie. I was like, oh fuck, it's these guys, and I know we like looked up what
that's a bad idea.
Yeah, there it is. And I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I've seen these videos of like these two. They like do funny videos. I've been seeing them for like the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm like, I had no idea that this was from him, that this Curry Barker dude was like, it was like, oh, that's that guy. Holy shit. And now all of a sudden they're like, blowing up. And I'm like, and I love that because it's like, your Osgood Perkins, your fucking Zach Kragers, even what's his name, who did the Iron, whatever that one, the YouTuber that did that,
Mark Pyler or something.
Yeah, Mark Pyler.
Yeah.
I'm loving that now. These like, we got these unique creators that are coming from YouTube or TikTok that are actually making good shit. Like they're coming up with things unique. And Iron Lung, that's what it was called. And yeah, it's really cool to see that we're getting that, and people are yeah, I mean, they're not like blowing up like big time, but they're small budgets and they're blowing up just enough, and there's good word of mouth where it's like, oh yeah, cool. And but then it also sucks that somebody that I love, who's one of my favorite directors, Guy Ritchie, is not getting any love, And I love Cavill, I love Gyllenhaal, I love, and Isa Gonzalez is, she's great too. But I'm like, there's no love there. And then I'm like having to pick, and I'm like, man, maybe I should do a double feature tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I will. It's just like, it sucks that, but I also love the fact that these new and up and coming filmmakers that I've seen on YouTube or TikTok or something that are coming up with unique and different shit where, wow, this is like, it's getting praised, and they're getting their, because that Curry Barker dude, he got handed the fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's going to be doing that. I don't think that's going to be his next movie. His next movie, he's got another original movie, and then he's going to do Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he's going to try to do a unique spin off that. Just like how Zach Krager, he got handed the fucking, he pitched Resident Evil. He got handed to him, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And I'm like, cool. And this guy came up with, he was part of an improv group, and it's like, I love this shit. I love that. There's kind of like a new wave of filmmakers that are like coming up that you wouldn't think, wait, you guys are making like horror movies? You guys are making these kind of movies? You guys are like comedy acts. But it just kind of shows you right there. But then I hate that Guy Ritchie is, at one point he was like that before social media, where I would be like, me and my friends were like, hey, I had a friend of mine, have you seen the movie Snatch? You should see this. You should see this. Watch it. Anyway, watch it. It's great. Oh, he had a prior movie, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Watch that movie. Oh, fucking A. British comedy, mob type of movies. And I tell you, I mean, like, that's where Jason Statham came out of. And I was like, when people only know Jason Statham of being like I'm a beekeeper, I'm a business, I'm a working man. I'm like this guy now. Oh yeah, you should see him in those movies where he's a sarcastic asshole and funny. Like, people don't know that Jason Statham, and I love that Jason Statham where he's not punching people out. He's just a sarcastic,
asshole.
Hey, what's in the car? Seats and a steering wheel. It's like one of the funniest lines in Snatch. So quick, I laughed my ass off. I remember when I first watched Snatch, I rewound it. You know, what's in the car? Seats and a steering wheel. And it's like just the way he said it. It was so quick, and it was just. I love that kind of shit. And I'm like, yeah.
I need to see him beating people. Fuck all that. I need to see him cracking people up the dome. Save the jokes.
See, you're the problem, William.
If I go to Jason Statham movies,
well, yeah, now,
yeah.
But I'm just saying prior.
Yeah. But that was the beauty of the Snatch. That it wasn't a Jason Statham movie. It was just a movie that Jason Statham was in.
And it was sold.
It was an ensemble cast. Yeah.
It was sold with Brad Pitt being like the boxer, but even he is not the centralized character, and even he is not playing a Brad Pitt character. You can't even understand what the fuck he's saying in the movie. And that's what's so great about Snatch is like, you go, wait a minute. Because I remember seeing the commercials and everything when it was coming out. They were selling it as a Brad Pitt movie because Brad Pitt was the guy. And this came out in 2000, 2001. This was like post Fight Club. And you know, he was already starting to blow up. Like he was already a name and everything. So they were selling it with Brad Pitt. But I remember I obviously didn't see it in the theaters, but then it was like, it made the rounds within my friend group and stuff like that when it came to just passing around the DVD. And it was like, you got to watch this movie. This fucking shit is like awesome. And then it's like, yeah, but Brad Pitt is like not even in it as much as Jason Statham. You know, it's like, but they sold it with Brad Pitt's name because he was the name. And yeah, I don't know. I miss that kind of stuff when it comes to that, you know, but Phil, I know you got to take off.
Yep.
And Chris,
got a morning in front of me.
Yeah.
Stuff to take care of. So catch you guys later. Thanks for the invite. Man. Yep. Yeah. Much love, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Get easy.
Bye, Phil.
And
take care.
Chris, go ahead and take off. Promote whatever you got to promote.
Yep, I was always good at hanging out, and but check our recent episode of Marvel Alliance.
What'd you talk about?
We talked about the Punisher, One Last Kill. I don't know. We might have talked it a little bit out of here, a little bit out there. You know, we'll see what happens. And in 2 weeks, Spider Noir. You know,
there you go.
Hey Chris, I'm gonna be in touch on Wednesday.
Oh,
because Jack Ryan Ghost War comes out on Wednesday.
Oh yes, yes. I don't know if I'll hit it on Wednesday, but it'll definitely be on the weekend. But yes, it is on the to-do list.
Yeah, I'll let you know because I'll be watching because I'm on PTO now.
So. Oh, nice. Vacation. Paid time off.
Oh yes. It. So
excellent.
On vacation.
Last week of school, which means I get 1 week of at least half the day of my kids not being home.
Nice.
There you go.
Very nice.
It was strategically planned that way.
Of course, you got to.
You got to do that. Well,
between that and the Lego Batman game coming out on Tuesday, so
exactly. You
got
a fun week ahead of you. But
I do.
Catch y'all later. Have a great weekend, all.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Take care, Chris.
Later.
I know. Yeah, we got all that, but yeah, it just sucks because I really want to see In the Gray, and maybe I like I said, my mom's a Cavill fan. Maybe I'll just take Mama Film Junkie on Sunday. I don't know. I'll be like, well, let's go see this movie. So I might do that, but I definitely am seeing Obsession because I'm just the concept is cool, and everybody's talking about I can't remember the actress's name. She was actually in Superman and Lois. She was like a girlfriend in.
She was the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, she was the girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's why she looks so familiar.
Yeah.
It was really funny because she plays the girlfriend, and she actually said my last name in the show.
Oh, nice.
Because like in season 3, at one point, like down by McClellan Road. It's there in the show, by the way.
And but everybody's raving about like her giving and you see when you see clips and you see the trailer, it's like holy shit. So I really want to go, but I might go see In the Gray. Maybe I'll just be like, hey, Mama Film Junkie, you know she loves her some Henry Cavill, so I might have to go take her to go see In the Gray. Maybe she'll be down for that. So maybe I'll do that Sunday because I don't have to see everything on Thursday. And like I said, I got a wasted Thursday last night. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you can be like me because I saw In the Gray today. I'm seeing Top Gun in IMAX tomorrow. And then seeing Maverick on Sunday.
That's the sad part is like all the showings, there's no IMAX showings. What? And then there's like the Screen X showings. And I'm like, yeah, that could be cool. But they're all one showing. I don't like Screen X.
Screen X sucks.
Yeah. I saw Fiora in Screen X. That was the first time, and I thought,
well, Furiosa.
Cool. Furiosa. I thought
it was like Fiora.
Yeah. You didn't know that they made a movie on that fucking Superman character?
I was like, I should have known this by now. It was so
Furiosa. Vodka is kicking in. And I was over the concept after the first fucking scene. I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then when I saw Scream 7, I just picked. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go see that. Had no idea it was Screen X, and I'm like, fuck. When I got in there, I went, oh no, this is Screen X. I'm seeing Scream 7 like this. Oh, it sucked too.
Yeah.
I'm over. I think Screen X is like totally an overrated concept.
We saw F1. Was not a fan of that that
IMAX. Just see it in IMAX.
Yeah. Just see it in IMAX. Yeah, and then I saw Fantastic Four in Spain when it came out because I was traveling at the time. But then I came back to Florida, and my friends hadn't seen Fantastic Four yet, so we went to go see it. And my buddy didn't tell me that we were going into a Screen X theater, and I said, "No, guys, no, I don't want you to see Galactus like this." And it was too late. We were in there, so it was done.
I mean, it's just because all they do is just stretch the edges.
You're in a box. It's
I have no desire to see.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Well, I don't have Screen X around me.
Good.
So I don't have to worry about it.
It's an awful concept.
The only thing that I would say that's good about it is like the sound. They try to vibrate your chair, so they actually add more, pump a little bit more.
They're trying to make it this amusement park ride.
Yeah,
no.
I want to watch a movie. I want to watch a movie. So for me, it's kind of what you're talking about. We talked about this on Fanimated, but at my IMAX screen, they're only showing one showing a day, and they're alternating days between Top Gun and Maverick.
But mine are all in the evening. I was like hoping there was like
mine are all 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
See, that would be perfect. Mine are all fucking 6:15. Like what?
Yeah, so Heather and I are going to go see Top Gun tomorrow at 1 o'clock, which is going to be my first time seeing Top Gun on the big screen.
Yeah.
And then because I can't do just one, I'll go see Maverick in IMAX again because I saw Maverick in IMAX when it first came out. And I'm impressed because when I went to go see the Back to the Future anniversary showing back in November, they work really well in IMAX. Like they format it so it does take up the entire.
It looked great.
It looked great in IMAX, and it took up the entire screen the entire time. There was clearly no aspect ratio changes, but it also wasn't one of those movies that they put on an IMAX screen, but you still have the bars. It's like, no, we're going to format this so it takes up, the whole thing.
So what was it? Just Back to the Future 1, or was it 2 and 3?
It was just Back to the Future 1 because it was the 40th anniversary. Because it came out in 1985 and last year was 2025. Yeah. So they were just doing a 40th anniversary re-release of Back to the Future. And so this year, because Top Gun came out in 1986, they're doing the 40th anniversary of Top Gun. And I've only ever watched that on my TV. So it's going to be one of those opportunities for me to see a movie that I grew up with on a television, finally getting to see it on not only just a big screen, but on an IMAX screen. So Heather and I have shipped I'm shipping the kids off to my parents, and we'll get to do Top Gun and then Top Gun Maverick and have some, husband and wife time for the weekend.
Wonderful. That sounds.
I saw that on an aircraft carrier. Top Gun back in because my uncle was he was a Master Chief Petty Officer on the Enterprise, so that was a big recruitment boom for them. Top Gun back in '86. So yeah, we got to see that movie a bunch of times. But yeah, I also grew up on an Air Force base, so that movie was like they kept it on the Norton Air Force Base Theater for an extra 3 or 4 months.
Nice.
Yeah, because it was it made the military look good.
Yeah, that was the point.
Platoon did not. That were released the same year.
Platoon. Yeah, Platoon probably not so much. Before I forget, I want to, because we were going off tangents with the Mandalorian and Grogu. So I want to say that there's three reasons why this movie's, in my opinion, going to have, or is having trouble, I think. I think the first is basically, I think a lot of people would agree, the people who are at least fans of the TV show, if this movie was coming out after, say that the show had just ended on season 2, and we hadn't had the 3rd season, we hadn't had the Boba Fett show, and the way that was handled, I think the anticipation for this movie would be a lot higher. I think also, as you said, there's also this confusion behind the scenes about the throne and like where that's going to go and how that's going to happen, and then this is supposed to be season 4, so on and so forth. The second problem is Grogu, because the truth is, one of the main aspects and one of the continued good things about the show, other than, of course, the marketing and every grandma knows who Grogu is, or Baby Yoda, is that Baby Yoda was kind of special, because no one knew that Baby Yoda was going to happen, especially that first episode. And for those first 2 seasons, Baby Yoda was this special thing in the show. And everyone who didn't even know Star Wars knew what Baby Yoda was. Like, it just happened that way. But it was Grogu was a special thing. And now they have Grogu everywhere. Grogu's a merchandise to death. But even outside of merchandising, he's showing up at like the Academy Awards. Like, he's not special anymore. He's kind of like Pedro Pascal.
That's what I said. The shtick is kind of over now,
right? And just like Pedro Pascal, people are getting sick of seeing him. And it's not that Pedro or Grogu are lesser. Like, they're still great, but it's just they're everywhere, and people just get sick of seeing things everywhere. So the third thing. And this is last, because if you're a true Star Wars fan, I believe that there's a lot of variety within the franchise, because a lot of people come into Star Wars through different ways now. They don't just come through the main movies. They can watch the Clone Wars, or they can watch, the animated Ewok cartoon from the 80s, and they come into it that way.
Merchandising Grogu.
Well, all right. Hold on, William. Let me finish.
Oh, look at all that!
Jesus Christ, William. So, but I think the third thing is, as far as like Disney Star Wars is concerned, and it's not to say that everyone has seen the show, but I do think that Andor kind of raised the bar on the quality of Disney Star Wars and like what people want or expect from Star Wars at this point. I'm not saying that everything is going to be Andor. It's not. I think Star Wars fans are realistic about that fact. But I can tell you, as someone that loves Star Wars, Disney or original, like regardless, watching Andor and trying to go back to The Mandalorian is a little bit difficult for me, because of the bar kind of being raised. But again, I still say that that's a lower impact, because Star Wars is very much about variety and different interpretations, different stories being told within one giant universe. Not so much the MCU, but you can have Maul, Shadow Lord, and you can have Skeleton Crew, and it's not going to hurt Star Wars one way or the other. It's just what's your preference, But as far as live action Star Wars TV, like, I think Andor really did raise the bar a lot, and Mandalorian season 3 and Boba Fett even look worse by comparison now. So
that's Andor is a great anything. You just add Star Wars to it. It's a great spy series. It's a great war series. It's a great oppression series, and then you just put it in the setting that is Star Wars. I that Luthen Rail speech with the sacrifice speech, I probably listen to that once a week.
It's great. I've been listening not to just that, but the speech that on the other end of Saw, getting that guy in his eye.
Where are you now? Who are you?
Yeah, breathing in the toxic air and shit. Like, that is incredible, because that's all about how someone gets into that terrorist mindset, or the being the oppressed, or going for broke kind of thing. It's just.
Well, we have to remember too that Mandalorian came out 7.5 years ago. Isn't that crazy to think about?
Jesus Christ! Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it came out in 2019. End of 2019. It's like that's when it debuted, and it was like, I know that's the thing. Is like COVID really just like fucked everything up. Where it's like there's just like a blank spot. Like about 2.5 years, like that is like, what happened during all that time? And yeah,
because Mandalorian came out the fall before the lockdown started.
Yes,
in spring.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
2019 November. Yeah.
But they were doing. I remember because of the timing. I try to forget the sequel trilogy at this point, but I remember vividly that they. I don't think even season 1 was done yet, but season 1 was happening as Rise of Skywalker came out.
Yeah.
And I remember vividly because they had the episode where Carl Weathers gets injured and Baby Yoda heals him with the Force because he's a very powerful.
Yes, and that's where the Rey thing was injected into Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. Because if Rey is to be so powerful with the Force that she can even do massive healing. So they did that to show, well, if you can buy Grogu doing it, then you'll obviously buy Rey doing it. And everyone was like, no. And that was that. Yeah, but to be fair, everything was overdone in that movie too. It wasn't just that. So it was a lot of things. But
God,
but the timeline is crazy. Yeah. And then literally like, I don't know, 5 months later, not even, the pandemic happened, and that was that basically. And and it's just been chaos ever since, basically.
I know. And then it's crazy that Rise of Skywalker was the last Star Wars movie to be released in theaters.
Yeah.
And now we get this. And it's like, hey, I'm with Scott. Just give me something enjoyable.
I'm seeing it day one. So
yeah, I'm seeing it on Thursday. I'm my dad, my brother, and my nephew, we're all going. We're gonna have a good time. Seeing like a 5 o'clock show, and we're gonna get sushi afterwards. We're gonna have.
I gotta look at my calendar and see when because I love how one of my managers loves to make fun of my Apple calendar. And it's like, dude, with my life, if it's not on the calendar, it's not.
Yeah, you need that.
I need this.
And when are you gonna see it?
The Losers.
Remember The Losers that came out in 2010?
I saw like 2 or 3 years later on DVD.
Yeah,
I still have never watched that movie, to be honest.
Chris Evans, what's his name? Fuck.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan, there you go.
And Zoe Sound was in it.
Yeah.
I am seeing it Thursday night at 10:30 at night.
10:30. So you're seeing it late. Hopefully, you better get a nap in. You better get a nap in.
Hold on. What day? What's the date on that? The 21st. No, because it's still part of my vacation.
So you'll be good.
I'll be good because I will not have been at work that day, and I can sleep in the next day because my kids will be staying home. Thursday is the last day of school, so my wife has to go to work on Friday. Because teachers still have to work that last day, but the kids are off. So I'll be sleeping in. My boys will be sleeping in or watching TV while daddy's door's closed. They know leave daddy alone. So yeah, because the next thing my kids are excited about, we talked about this, is Masters of the Universe.
Oh yeah, that looks fun as fuck.
And have you guys listened to the new track that got released?
Sounds good.
With Brian May playing guitar on the track. It's just
wow.
I was sitting there
going viral today.
Yeah. Oh, it's going very viral. And I was sitting there going, like I literally had to stop and go,
from Queen?
From Queen? That Brian May? Okay.
Yeah. But going back to Real Skeptic, The Losers that came out. This was 2010. Yeah, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Chris Evans, Zoe Saldana, Idris Elba, and then those were like the main but it's just that was one of those movies where it was like it's based on a comic, and somebody even said that's a Scott Snyder comic in the chat. Pretty fly for a Filipino guy. I had no idea.
The Losers go all the way back to the Silver Age because if you've read or watched The New Frontier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Losers originally. Now there was a Vertigo series. The movie's more based on like a Vertigo series that updated them. But the concept of the Losers goes back to the Silver Age as this squad of World War II era soldiers that the New Frontier. They're the ones who get stranded on Dinosaur Island.
Oh,
isn't it also the basis for basic? I mean, wasn't there also the Suicide Squad too, as well, with the same general idea, and then they revamped it in the 80s?
The original Suicide Squad from the Silver Age kind of has a losers / Fantastic Four feel to it, but yeah, until Ostrander redid it in Post Crisis,
right?
You know, the version of the Suicide Squad that we think of.
Right.
But the OG Suicide Squad was kind of a losers, Fantastic Four, 4 individuals, they were only called the Suicide Squad because they would, handle, very dangerous
suicide missions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And somebody would die.
Well, no one would die because it was the same 4 people every time. Oh. It was just because the missions were deemed it's like Mission Impossible,
Oh yeah.
Are the missions really that impossible if we can always,
right? Well, I mean, kids weren't thinking probably that.
I always
they were not. And I've read those Silver Age. I have the Suicide Squad Silver Age omnibus, and those stories are something else.
The Silver Age isn't of itself something else, really.
Yes, it is.
Being honest.
On Fanimated, when Dave and I eventually get to Batman the Brave and the Bold, that is going to be
that's gonna be fun.
That is going to be so much fun.
That's gonna be fun talking about those. But I think we could probably wrap this up right now. Not much more.
I'm gonna go watch some more Cheers, honestly.
Yeah, watch some more Cheers. We touched on a lot of the things that were happening. I mean, obviously the Batman Part 2, we're all very much excited for it. We're glad that Matt Reeves is going to be jumping back into his world yet again. Like I said, it's who knows what's going to be happening next. He's definitely handling it very well of how he's throwing things out there. We got something last week. We got plenty this week. And I think DC Studios is doing a good job of keeping everybody on their toes of when it comes to Man of Tomorrow and the Batman. It's like, who is playing who? Don't even say it. Just keep everybody talking. It's a good way to keep the conversation going when it comes to the two projects. So good stuff. So let's go around the horn, no matter how we feel about one, either project. And then, I heard you go,
I just went, I was agreeing. I was like, yeah, of course. Yes, DC Studios. Yes, very nice. Yes, fun.
But William, go ahead and promote whatever you have to promote.
So tomorrow we got our the return of my Saturday night overnight show. We're going to be talking Marvel's Midnight line that they're replacing a Ultimate Universe and they're competing with Absolute with, I guess. Then we're going to talk about the other Absolute titles that a lot of people sleep on: Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Flash, and then just a couple other pop culture things that have come up over the week. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Pacific time.
There you go.
Sounds great.
Paul?
Well, me? Let me think here. Well, I'll be in Florida by next month, so that's something.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'll be really close to me.
There you go.
You'll be in driving distance with me at that point.
Yeah, well, I'll goes right underneath Alabama.
Oh, okay. So I'll be in Hollywood. I
assumed
Florida.
Paul understood how geography worked. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to hang out, Scott, just let me know.
Okay.
Well, he's like right in the center of Alabama.
I really smack him in the center of Alabama.
He's right next to Birmingham, so.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that probably ain't happening.
I have not been to Alabama in my life yet. I guess,
Me too.
Well,
I was born there.
Yeah, you're the odd man out, Paul. The rest of these have been here. So
yeah, I was literally born in Alabama. So.
Huntsville. Okay. I did my AIT there. Huntsville, Alabama.
Hunts Vegas. Yes.
Well, there you go. Well, it's on a bucket list, I guess, or whatever, or a checklist. So may as well go on it at some point. But yeah, no, I got not too much going on. I'm just dealing with a lot of writing and stuff. But other than that, just been doing this, figuring house stuff out. But if you guys ever want to follow me, you know where to find me. I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and Paul Panhook on Vero. I'm probably gonna delete that soon because Vero. But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of dead right now. Anyways, Scott, what do you got?
Primary thing, follow me on X at ScottDC27. Follow me on Vero at Scott McClellan. Follow my letterbox, Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. Check out my written review of In the Gray. I'm not really going to need to write a review for Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick. It's when those puppies come out. But I will, as I mentioned, I will be reviewing Jack Ryan Ghost War when it drops on Prime Video this coming Wednesday. I was a big fan of the 4 seasons. Well, 3 of the seasons of the show on Amazon Prime, but still a good show. But so I'm really looking forward to this movie, and I'll be sure to do a review, and maybe I'll give some teases to it next week on DC Fanimated Stream as we're talking about Batman Beyond Season 3, Episode 4, Big Time.
Big time. There we go.
Nice.
All right, guys. Of course, thank you to Phil. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Taladia. Thank you to Ronan. And, of course, thank you, William, Paul, and Scott. And thank you, everybody who's been spending some time with us. Been a good time. And we love you. And hit that like, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. And might be doing a Saturday version of the Vox stream tomorrow. We'll see what happens. And I'll invite some people on who are supporters of the channel. So look forward to that. And other than that, we love you, and we'll talk to you later.